Oh, finally, we are back with all new hardware. Um, have it all set up finally. It took me a while to figure out the scaling because we are currently on a 4K monitor, the main one, which is a Gigabyte Ultra HD thing. But it takes a bit of setting up to do if you want to stream in 180p, which is what I'm doing. But yeah, got new headset as well, Corsair. It's wireless, so I can move around and go to the toilet real quick without having to take them off. So that's nice. Um, Also got a new keyboard and mouse mat. Let me show you real quick. Ooh, isn't that nice? And it's on like a fireplace thing. Still have the old Logitech mouse because that's still working fine. But yeah, that's new hardware. I'll at some point put the specs down below, but for now, I don't really care. I just want to play games. And let's get back into FF, shall we? Already logged in. Let's launch the game. So that also took me quite a while to set up because there was some issues with my Square Enix account being locked up. It's a bit loud for me. Hold on. I still have to get used to where my volume sliders are. They're somewhere here. There they are. That's better. So yeah, finally have it set up. Not sure how it's gonna look in game, but because the UI is a bit changed up. I don't know if this is the right size. We'll figure it out. I also did a bit of shopping in the Mock Station, so we should be grabbing a few emotes and stuff. What are you? Go away. Not sure if I like my colors on the screen just yet. I don't know. I think I have to set it to gaming mode or something at some point. We'll have to figure it out. Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to now run and watch videos as well at the same time. Shall we test that real quick? Hold on. Alright, just to test. Look, the new hardware holds up, guys. Woo! I'm so happy that it does. Hold on. Yeah, finally, look. I can now watch videos while playing the game in the background. Woo! Okay, I'll just scroll away. Because it is a beautiful song. Isn't that great? It works! I'm so happy that I'm able to do this now. Like, you guys can link videos to me in Discord and shit, and it doesn't take like a million years for me to load it. Oh, I'm so happy that we did this. It's sick. Also, my new keyboard. Oh, it's a mechanical keyboard and I love it. It's this one. Wait, other way around. Corsair K95. I dropped a bunch of money on my hardware, but for now, I should be good for like the entire 5 years, next 5 years. And I figured, you know, I'm single, I'm not going on a holiday, probably, because I have no one to go with, so I might as well drop it on my hardware and be foolproof for the coming future. So how have you been, Ray? You had a good weekend so far? Our boy Zekin is in here too. And Susan. I think this is mostly... And Zepla, I think, is in here. Man, I sing all the time. Why was I not asked? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How come? Anything you want to talk about? This song is so powerful. And in other news, we also reached 100 followers. So I have to set a new follower goal. A bunch of my IRL friends actually followed me. From my D&D group, but also from high school. And my hockey team, they found out that I was on Twitch now. So we reached 100 followers. So that's exciting too. Amazing. Anyway, I just want to show that I can do this now. I'm happy with that. Also... Whoa, wait. Can I scale my UI to... Oh my god. Can I just scale the entire thing up? Because everything is a bit tiny now that I'm on a 4K. How do I... System? Ah, here we go. Hopefully this is okay. I mean, sort of. That might be a bit big though. Can I go 110? Oh, I can. There you go. Okay, how can I make this bigger? Because I am blind as a bat, so I need to maybe even make this 16. My chat is so tiny. It didn't really scale it up, what? I'm just gonna have to go with this for now. This is heat wave that are hitting our country. It's giving me some cramps in my stomach. Some years ago, I went to hospital because of it. Oh shit. Anyway, before I do I have a teleport here before I zone out? Yeah, okay. Because I kind of, yeah, I hope you don't experience that again. Oh, there are a lot of people here. Oh my god, that thing is so smooth. I'm gonna die. I also, like I said, did a bit of shopping. Over to the Mill Moogle. There we go. Ah, yes. All my items came in. Oh, I don't remember that I bought that one. But sure. I went a bit ham, I guess. Ooh, I like it. Oh yeah, it was that set. Okay, anyway. Yeah, we got the Dodie mode. And the cheer. Right. Wasn't there also a way to scale this up? I thought there was a way to make this bigger. Well, I didn't want the the other two. I just wanted that one. The blue one. Oh yeah. Look at that. Anyway, I think I want to rock that hairstyle for a bit. that comes with it too. Yeah, we got a bunch of new emotes. This would be on the social, I think, right? Yeah. This is probably my favorite one. Whee! Oh yeah. The blue glowy sticks. Let's go. Oh yeah, and that dance. I thought I got one more, the power-up one. Oh, here it is. I'm a Saiyan. Alright, that's pretty legit. Can that go into the... I wonder if that can go into here. Oh, it can. Beautiful. I don't know which ones are my empty plates anymore. Some of these are really bad. Alright. I guess no headgear on this one, maybe. Oh, the Lucian Prince jacket is also in here. Kind of forgot that that was there. Not sure about the Bohemian gloves, but the trouser boot. Yeah, exactly. Wait, doesn't it come with a bandana? I thought it also came with a cool bandana. Hold on. Did I miss the bandana? Or is it in my armor coffer? Hold on. Eh? I thought it also came with a headband, the Bohemian set. Or is that part of the hairstyle? Maybe that's part of the hairstyle. Let's check. Because that's also one of the reasons why I picked it, because it's kind of a cool hairstyle. Oh, yeah, it is. The Bohemian one. Can I change only the color of my hair? Alright. I'm gonna say though, I think it looks better on bunnies. Because of the way their ears poke out and a little bit more of the hair. But I like it. Let's see the dye previews on this. Oh, that stays blue. That's kind of cool. Anyway, gonna leave it like that. Where did I put it? Oh yeah. I don't know who that is, but he has a good sense of style. More than me, anyway. It's a shame it clips through, though. They could have thought of that. I would like to have this not show. How do you do that again? Oh yeah. There you go. Alright, cool. And then we got the fabulous dads. Let's see it in all its glory. I'm saying. Oh yeah. That is such a cool dance. I love that one. Be like the wind. Or water, I don't know. It's probably more a water flow. Alright, sweet. How can you change the font in your chat? Because it is too small for me to read. I'm like really blind. Camera. So I need to change the font size. How, huh? Because I was trying to do it from here, chat box settings, but chat prompt font size didn't change my actual chat box. You know what I mean? Because I need that to be bigger. At least I don't think it did. Yeah, no, it didn't. How do I do that? Huh. Maybe if I go to actual... No. map font. Hmm. Shit. I don't know how to change that. Because I can hardly read it. My in-game chat. Is it under HUD? I'll just Google it. Okay. So it says pick the gear on the log. No. Yes. Ah, here we go. That's the one I needed. See if 14 is readable for me. Yeah, that's better. All right. Maybe even 15 or 16. Yeah. Perfect. All right. Now I can play the game. That was perfect, actually. That follow-up. Wow, I have to really get used to my new keyboard still. Oh yeah, the mime one. That's fun as well. Especially the last bit when it falls over. Yeah, that one. And then, boink. That's great. Alright. I guess we go back to the bunnies. Shall we? I understand what you mean, Mara, that you didn't really care for it that much. I kind of feel the same way. It's a bit... I mean, it's nice to have that break from your emotional damage that you have got hit with in Garlemald. But at the same time, it's like it kind of pulls you away from sort of the momentum that you had going. It almost feels a bit out of place. I understand why they did it, and I get it. And a little bit of it is good, but I feel like it's a bit too much of it, or it takes a bit too long. Maybe it's also because I've been playing really slow that it takes a lot of time for me. Actually, I can mount here. What am I doing? Not the only one. I mean, it is kind of funny to a certain extent, but it maybe overstays its welcome a little bit. I'm a bit cautious to say that, because maybe there's gonna be enough tearful moments where I'm like, damn, I'm gonna go back to the bunnies where it was all funny and lighthearted and stuff. But maybe it's the calm before the storm, you know? So I don't have all the information yet. This is why I'm being careful. But I understand where you were coming from when you said that earlier. I remember you saying that you didn't really care for the bunnies. I forgot their names, or their race name. Like Loporet or something? It's tying up all the loose ends. Hey Ash. How you doing, bud? This doesn't really come off, but you can see in this headset there's RGB as well. And it's like doing the fireplace. I can show you real quick. Hold on. Can I show that here? Can you all tap out of here? No. Yeah, I can show you guys this. Wait. Fuck. No. What's that software called that I'm using for it? I think it's capped FPS, no? I'm back, and you as well, Daniel. What's up, buddy? Loporitz. Yeah, I like critical information. Oh, I could have done this, huh? What am I looking at? Oh boy. Why is it doing this? Should it not zoom out? Where? Should I have no... Isn't my scaling set to... $200? Wait, it's not changing back. Oh, I know, because I did the... I did something else. I did... Where did I do that? I scaled the entire thing up already. Isn't there a slider for that somewhere? Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh yeah, now it's good. Oh, wait, now it's not. I'll just keep them to what I had. That's fine. Because I'm already, like, I already did some things to it. Ew. But yeah, no, I feel like the entire stream is gonna be so much nicer. But yeah, I got this keyboard set up as well. Hello. I don't know if I can show you guys. Look how nice this is. I have an RGB setting set up where it's sort of trying to mimic a fireplace. It doesn't really show that well on the camera, I notice. It just looks like it's orange, but it's slowly orange to red to yellow, and it's like flickering. And then the same with the computer. Oh, that doesn't really show at all. You can sort of see it. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, so quite happy with the new hardware and the headless or the wireless headset. That makes all the difference. Put that here. So how you guys been? How you been, Daniel? Had a good weekend? The Guardian restoration is connected to it. It will be later in 6 point something or 7 point. Really? Oh shit. That is sick, actually. You almost finished Elden Ring. Wow, you've been playing a lot then. That's nice. Oh my god, all my animations are so much smoother. Kinda crazy. Oh, it is. Yeah, I see it as well on stream. Huh, why is it so choppy now? I don't know. It's also the camera a little bit. No, not that much. Huh. Oh, maybe it's this. Because I changed this before. Yeah, now it's smooth again. Okay. Don't know why, but it was that setting. I'm dying in this heat, 27 degrees. Yeah, it's really warm here as well. Okay. There we go. Now it's smooth again. Back to old tricks. Did Jirian just seem strange to you? More so than usual, I mean. I know. There you go. That's more readable. I know he is pensioned for keeping his own counsel, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. We should go and see if he's alright. Ishtola and I will remain here and see what else we can learn about the final days. If you hurry, perhaps you can catch him. Up to him. Do you have air conditioning in your apartment, Mara? I guess not, huh? I mean, then the only thing there's left to do is just walk around naked in your house, right? I mean, you know, probably the first thing I'll do is after stream is I don't know, shower in like semi-cold, and just, you know, walk around in my birthday suit. You're a big fan? Oh yeah. I have a small one somewhere too, but I haven't really had to cool it out yet. Thank God this room and my bedroom are on the north side of the house, facing north side. So it's usually the coolest area. Oh, sorry. Oh, there he goes. Behind appears to be heading towards the entrance of the Best Ways Burrow. We follow. Play the song from Bruce Almighty. I've got the power. That would be something. I've got the power. Boom. Oh my god, I remember that scene when he first gets it. Yeah. Jim Carrey's fun. He's slowly getting a bit older though, I noticed. Like, I've seen some pictures of him on the red carpet. I was like, ooh, you're getting a lot older. Yeah, he is retired, yeah. Your engine ventures off into Mare Lamentorum. For reasons unknown, you must tread carefully, else he might sense your presence. Kind of feels weird to snoop around. Oh, this is one of those quests. Oh no. Where we have to like hide from him. You can't see me. Can I make it to the next? Jesus, your dog barked at me. I didn't know it had like it made a sound when you dismount it. That's kind of cool. Oh, and when you mount it. Okay, that mount is OP. It is account wide, right? Does it become bigger if you're on a bigger race? Because it would look too comical on my character with that size, I think. Nobody. I would assume, yeah. I guess so, huh? Wait, he's running? No, you're not. Oh, fuck. He's quick. Oh. That was the last bit, okay. Duty complete. Yeah, it's a good part. Alright. Let us experience it together. Ah, of course he sensed us.
Thine arrival is timely as ever.
God, with this new headset makes all the difference.
Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume?
Yes.
'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity. And Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life. I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Minfilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain, brokered by my hand, were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter.
Man, he blamed himself for that?
Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives. Ones that would not demand such terrible costs.
Oh man.
That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction.
Oh, he means Moonbreeder. Oh.
Who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means
no.
to bring low the Ascians. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants, born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning, one which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save.
Oh my god.
But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity?
Sometimes there is no right answer. Have faith in yourself and your decisions. Take heart and protect those you can. Would that we had time to weigh the cost.
Sage counsel indeed. I see. Wisdom as befits a great worm. Curious that he should think thee in need of such encouragement. Strange.
I love this music.
I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly.
True. You haven't really had a moment like this in a while.
I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond.
Loporrit's, that's how you say that.
It would be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
What are they saying? Curse these ears and her bugger all! No matter. We've got our plans.
Wait, they're scheming? Ooh, I don't like that smile. Scheming little bunnies. In truth, my reason for traveling hither was to effect a plan of mine own. A plan which may pave a way forward to us all. May, I say, therefore is no guarantee of success. This is the reason I set out alone. That failure, should it come, be mine to bear alone. Man, he feels so guilty. Yet thou standest before me, with proffered hand and open heart. It would be remiss of me to refuse thy amity. So I ask, wouldst thou join in mine endeavor? Hey, Sane. How was D&D? That was a short session. 2 hours? From like 8 till 10? Or are you still playing? I mean, I'm free tomorrow. I guess as long as I'm still good. I want to say 12, so like 2 hours or so. Not gonna be the longest, but because I don't want to fuck up my sleep schedule too much. I thank thee for accompanying me. This is a simple plan, in truth. We shall not be long away from the best way borrow. Too much pain to focus. Oh shit, I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. Hope you're alright. Also guys, if you haven't already, make sure you check out Sane's streams as well. He does art stuff and it's kind of cool to watch. There you go. This is Sane. Everybody knows Sane from the community. So make sure you give him a follow. He does art stuff. And it's interesting to watch him even sketch. At least I did earlier today. Bob Ross, hell yeah. Difficult decisions must need be made in the coming days, but I, nevertheless, believe we are all of one mind in our desire to save the people of Ithris. To make clear our resolve to the Loporrit's, I would offer them a gift, but its making doth require a most singular ingredient. You have a weed version of Bob Ross. That is amazing. That's from Apricot as well, huh? You guys are starting an anime war over here. And I love it. Ah, an abundance of spongoi. Excellent. I chanced to spy this aggregation when crossing Zodiark's erewhile prison. Using a spell taught me by the Numo, I believe these shall suffice for the gift I would fashion. The magic requireth considerable concentration, however. Might I prevail upon thee to stand watch while I perform the incantation? Do we fight shit? Oh yeah, we fight shit. Wait. It looked like that person was doing like monkey shit. Like Monkey King. Oh. Observing the nearby area, you see no sign of potential threats. This would be a good opportunity to see how Uranje is faring. How you doing, my boy? Uranje remains fixated on his work. There, it's done. A magic ink. One ons as efficacious as that crafted by the Numo. Rare is the occasion I would conjure mine own, but nevertheless a most useful skill. The resulting product is, admittedly, possessed of no preternatural properties, but its hue is one of mine own choosing, which I pray the Loperites will appreciate. Mordai, you're Uranje, oh thank goodness. I thought you'd been eaten, or perhaps fallen into a crater. What? Y'shtola has been looking all over for you, Mordai. She says she needs to speak with you about something most urgent, dire even. She was quite clear that she wished to speak with Mordai alone, which means I'm afraid you must stay behind, Uranje. Oh my god, what the fuck? Are these, like, evil bastards? I'm so confused. But why not? It just so happens that we need your help with an errand. Delivering a package from the Watcher's Palace to Bestways Burrow. Quite large and heavy. Perhaps even too heavy. For we poor Loperites. Loperites, I guess. And we would be ever so grateful if you could lend us a hand. I'm gonna fuck with them a little bit because this doesn't sit with me very well. No, no, that won't be necessary. Urange's help should be more than suffice. And I'm sure you don't want to risk getting on Y'shtola's bad side. By keeping her waiting, she seems prickly. Now off you go. We're not, Mordai. I shan't be long. What is this? What are you planning, you little shits? Wait, do I need to go there? Yeah, sort of. Are they like gremlins, guys? Like, you know, if you accidentally make them wet or angry or like, I don't know, they become like evil gremlins? Oh shit. It was a trap. Oh, what I? We thought you would be away longer than that. A dire emergency? I said no such thing. But as you are here, I could use your assistance on one small matter. Running away. Companion of Growing Away apparently has much to tell of the final days. The problem, however, is that he's determined to live up to his name, refusing to stay still long enough for us to hold a conversation. Is there anywhere he's likely to stop and rest, or perhaps there's a way to slow him down? What's the rush? I was thinking we should wait here, maybe enjoy a cold mug of carrot juice? And, no? Well, really important. You can try using these balls of moose flesh. Not to be confused with other things. Runaway's other notable feature is that his incessant chatter, so you have no trouble finding him in the crowd. And when you do, try lobbing your balls at him. Really? Rude, but if it proves effective. He was here in the greatest Endsvale when we last saw him. Let's split up and find him. Yeah, I kind of want to go back and check on Urian J first, but the game won't allow me that, I suppose, huh? For the story bit, we'll play along, I suppose. Search the surroundings for running away. Okay. Do we have to target like... Oh, I see. Not you? Oh. Pew. What happened? Oh, the wrong one? Oh. I don't know. He was the one running. What? How was that miss? Oh, come on. Pew. Huh? What? Stupid quest. Anyone else? Oh, I can zoom in too. Finally. That hitbox was a bit fucky. But now you guys know why I suck at FPS too. Hmm? Yes, I'm running away. You mind explaining why you hit me with the face with a ball of moose flesh? I'm highly knowledgeable about the final days. Man, they're distracting us. Ah, it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard since I woke up. Who told you that joke? As if I've got the time to look into the final days when there's so much to do before the great voyage. It's true that Hylian did impart us some knowledge of the event, but I know about as much as the other Loperids around here. Less, probably. I don't know why anyone would think it's funny to go around telling people that I'm an expert, but they better hope I don't get my paws on them. Man, this is so fishy, and it's super obvious too, and I'm a bit annoyed that we have to play along with it. Sorry I couldn't be of more help, but if there's nothing else, I've got work to do. And I'm off. Fishy. What that is. I can find neither hide nor hair of him. How do you fare? Yeah. Whole bunch of bollocks. He knows no more than the others. Care to explain? Wrong way? Yeah. Well, you see, I misremembered. Yes, that's it. I misremembered. Terribly sorry about that. Afraid I'm drawing a blank, though. Try as I might, I can't remember what I was thinking of. On an unrelated note, what of Urian J? I assume you spoke with him earlier. They say he'll be returning. Is that shortly? On his way to watch his palace with Livingway. Between Growingway's sudden lapse in of memory and our lack of other lead, maybe it's time to get better spent lending Urianja a hand. What? Oh, hold on a moment. Oh, coming back to me. Yes, I remember. The information you're looking for is in the archives. Yes, that's where you find all sorts of useful knowledge, including that pertaining to the final days. Ah man, don't send us on a wild goose chase. 533 gear. Ooh, it's an upgrade. Aww. Can't do my glamour plate. Oh, what to do? I promised Livingway I would help, but... No, I promised I'd help. So that's all I'll do. The archives are on the second floor in the main plaza. The eastern wing. Follow me. I suspect the Loporids are up to something. If there's ought to be learned of the final days, I think we best play along. For now, at least. Really? Was this the teleporter up? I don't remember. There was a teleporter up somewhere. Oh, there. Yo, yo. How you doing, buddy? Yeah. I mean, on my bike here. This mount is actually amazing. This will allow you to drive faster in most places. But if you don't know the story of Final Fantasy XIV, it's all very confusing, I'm assuming. Have you played any Final Fantasy games in the past? You might get some references. More than me, anyway. The archives are right through this door, but it seems to be locked. Guess we'll just have to go and find whoever has the key. Going away, enough. You have naught else to tell us of the final days. You need only say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here. You, as well as you know. Did you yourself not tell us we must act quickly? Yes. Yes, we did, but... the moon has to be a perfect paradise for the people of Itherize. We're running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. You'd hope you'd see the wonders we have to offer, but you found nothing but faults and flaws in our work. Only one of you saw our potential. So, you others must be kept here. What? Ah, so that's Living Way's game. Run us around in circles. Failing that, lock us away. We can't put the planet at risk. Everyone except Yuria and Jay. He understands what's at stake. What must be done? I fear you've misjudged us, Growing Way. Never have we decried the notion of using the moon as a means of escape. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Etherius and the reflections to their doom. If there's a way to avert the final days, I wish to find it. We all do. We may fail, but our efforts would be at the expense of your plans. But why would you take this risk? There's no room for ifs and maybes now. The people of Etherius will escape. Here, onto the moon. They'll be safe, and we'll finally get to see all their happy smiling faces. I'm sorry, but I can't let you leave. You just can't. I mean, you're not wrong about that. This is the last expansion. So it's... the base game is A Realm Reborn, then there's Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and we are currently in Endwalker. So yeah, it would be pretty much like Season 5 even. Yeah, so the interesting thing about Final Fantasy XIV is that it's an RPG first and an MMO second, meaning that, you know, it's very heavily story driven. And so if you jump into something like this, where you have no clue what's going on, then it's like really confusing. I guess it's a little bit like Lars watching our D&D game yesterday, like, what the hell's going on with these guys? Do what you must, but try not to hurt them. Really? We're fighting them now? I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone. So they're summoners, huh? If we dally, they'll overwhelm us with sheer numbers. Say we knock these ones out, split up, and make way for the exit. Agreed. Let's reconvene where the Argus awaits outside. Wow. That took a 180 quick. What games have you been playing lately? How do I do this again? Oh yeah. Yeah, but like it's sort of similar, right? When you're just like stepping into the midway of the story. But it's cool that you enjoyed watching. I remember first time around when I tried D&D as well, I felt super awkward trying to enact the character and everything. But I remember especially Kevin was a very loud and outspoken. Well, you've played a little bit with them as well, right? Really early on, I guess, when Siba did a thing first. But it was mainly Kevin who was like very outspoken and very loud, and he didn't care, you know, he was stomping around the place and stuff. And I was like, I mean, if he can do it, fuck it, you know? So that kind of helped in a way. I also have another D&D group that I play bi-weekly with, but more frequently. And with them, I play a character that I loosely based off of, you remember Arya Stark's fighting instructor? The one who teaches her sort of to dance in a way. Is up or down? I guess it's up. This guy.
You are late, boy. Tomorrow you will be here at midday.
Who are you?
Your dancing master, Sirio Forel.
So I play a rogue and I've loosely based it on him. So I do a little bit of a voice. How do you say we shall do some scouting, if you know what I mean, you know? So I'm really trying to get into character with him a lot more. And also with my, well, maybe you've noticed also with the druid yesterday. He's like an older guy and he's very quiet, so he's like, he really deliberately talks slow and he's like, yes, that sounds like a idea. How about, you know, so he's very deliberate and sort of thinks a lot more before he does anything. He's sort of the wise guy of the group, I suppose. So I try to, even though I suck at voices, I try to get into character because it helps me. I must say it's easier for me to get into character when I speak English because I think Dutch is a little bit cringy, but the thing is, Siba is more comfortable in Dutch. Especially in Kevin a little bit as well, I think. Yeah, and you know, it's all about having fun, and I think then your imagination does the rest, and especially because with the guys, obviously we are very comfortable around each other, and we don't really give a fuck anymore, you know. So D&D, it's I mean, Sane, which is up on chat, Splendor as well. He's a DM and he's a player as well. So especially early on, it's a sort of, I guess, a bit like feeling the vibe and feeling the group out and see what you can and cannot do with each other. But we're on a comfort level with that group especially, the other one as well to a certain degree, but you know, with our guys, with motility I suppose, plus me, and minus you, we are very comfortable and we don't really care, and like we do some gruesome stuff, and but after the game it's like, eh, it's part of the game, you know. And you can create some beautiful stories. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I love doing it. Maybe I should have gone to acting school instead. But who knows? It might be a career in another lifetime. Must hurry to the Watcher's Palace and find Urian J. I'm an irresponsible driver on the moon just because there's no laws. I mean, you know, what can I say? Gotta go from A to B quick. There's no time.
What, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
There's no time to buckle up and be responsible.
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Atheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
I thought they were gonna be more evil.
Oh, bugger!
Papa thank Crit and Grandpa Urian J have it.
They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. It is clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and we have, I mean, you know, you probably know because the guys have probably been trying to convince you to come, and you know, you don't necessarily have to play, but they've probably bugged you a lot about coming along. And I mean, I was happy to see you again because it was nice, you know, meeting up, and it's like it was really fun to see because I didn't know you were coming, right? And then like Siba, Kevin, and even Robin to an extent also, they lit up when, and even Luke as well, like had a big grin on his face when I think Kevin said like, hey, you're like Lars is coming, and it was really nice to see how excited they got that they sort of finally got you to come along, at least to watch, and it's just nice, you know. And I feel like you're also a type of person who's just easy to just hang around with, even if you're not actively participating in the game. You know, you talked a bit to Valmut as well, just hanging around, and you know, you joked along. So I think it's the right fit. And I mean, you know, maybe at some point in the future you're like, you know what, I might give this a go again. And even if roleplay is not for you, then you know, whatever. But it was nice to have you there for sure. It didn't break immersion for us, and all of us were happy that you were there. So yeah, you're more than welcome to join at the table anytime you want. we discussed that afterwards as well. Still, they were like, yeah, we were so happy that you were there, and it's so nice because you know, they're more your good friends than I am, but I'm still, you know, I'm still happy that you were able to sort of look into our game a little bit. Hey Selene, how you doing, buddy? How's the triple legend? Quadruple legend? How you been? This game is a lot of fun. I don't know if you like multiplayer games per se. I guess so, because I remember you used to play RuneScape and FFXIV back in the day as well, right? Highly recommend it. The thing is, you can try the base game and the first expansion completely free. There are a few restrictions with that trial account, but you can download it right now and try it out for free. I know Luke and Robin have for a little bit, and I think Justin has also downloaded it, but it wasn't really their thing. I mean, and Luke and Robin are still playing Lost Ark. So they're kind of doing that, which is kind of a grindy gacha game, right? But yeah, you can try it out yourself. It is amazing. There's a lot of story in it. But what sort of drove me to it mostly was not only the story, but also the systems, and especially the community. Like, the community for Final Fantasy XIV is a very passionate one, but also very welcoming. As long as you're, you know, nice and open and friendly yourself. And what I really like about it is that I've not ran into any toxic players yet. There's always a few, but like, for instance, when you wiped in a dungeon in World of Warcraft, people would leave the group. They'd be, ah, shit, player, oh, fuck this, and they would leave. When you wipe in Final Fantasy, nobody says a thing. Or they're encouraging, or they're giving you tips, like, hey, we should probably do this, this, or this, you know? It's a world of difference. So yeah, it's amazing. I love playing this game. But I'm also, somewhere this week, going to continue playing this baby. Because I've been playing this a little bit, but not enough. So yeah, we will continue Elden Ring at some point as well. And then I have a bunch of backlog games that I want to play as well. Too many games, too little time kind of thing. They're right, you're helping out the donuts with P2S. Oh yeah, they have prog tonight. Cool. You can show them the Captain Grimm video. The copium one. Oh yeah. There you go. It's kind of a funny spin on it.
Now, pair, let's not be too hasty. We see you've cancelled your subscription, but be sure that we're adding a new 6-month subscription award, and we're listening to some of that feedback you gave us years ago when we initially said we'd listen. They're listening. You're just toxic if you don't come back.
This video's so stupid, that's kind of true.
Welcome to therapy, friend.
Welcome to therapy.
I couldn't take it anymore. My favorite game has turned to shit. It's that bad, huh? We got to stay strong.
Look at them. I don't understand. This is revolting.
There's quite a lot of lewdness in this game too.
With these vile furries with their damn cat ears and skimpy outfits and whatever these are. That's a hard no for me.
It's no. You've not missed that much.
Far below. I'll stick to a thank you very much.
I've basically talked to the Loporets.
Let's get out of here. It's time for our hourly ERP session.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't care right now.
You better not get this video.
No.
Look at me. Look at me.
Stop! I didn't do anything.
Don't lie to me, you little twerp. I know you skipped that cutscene. Don't let me ever catch you doing that shit again. If you pay attention, you just might like it.
Also, you're still as the best wife, and don't let me hear you say otherwise.
Understood?
You got this, of course. I'm sorry.
Good.
It isn't dumb.
Also, be sure to check out the Hildebrand questline. It's pretty silly, and I think you'll like it.
This is exactly what my community told me. They were like, oh, you should do Hildebrand. It's very silly and slapstick humor, and it's kind of Japanese weird cutscenes, but I think you might like it. This was exactly said to me as well. The new PC is perfect. Like, it took a bit of setting up to do, but it's running really smooth. I got a new keyboard as well. Amazing Corsair mechanical keyboard, as well as a wireless headset as well. I felt spendy, you know. I'm treating myself because I'm a bit sad, you know, being single and not having any holiday plans. So I was like, I'm going to treat myself. And I spent so much money. But now my hardware is up to snuff for the upcoming 5 years or so. So I'm quite excited and happy with that. And it's been mostly holiday money and tax returns that I've spent on this whole setup. But yeah, I'm super happy that I got it to run so well. All that's left is installing games and drivers and stuff. I tried to play Cyberpunk 2077 because I wanted to see how it runs. But that that game just runs like ass. Like, this computer should be able to handle it. It just runs like ass. You have to do a lot of drivers and specific settings, and like even get like a custom patch and stuff to get it to run smoothly. But it looks absolutely beautiful in the highest settings. So I might stream that at some point as well. I'm a bit hesitant because there's a lot of lootness in that, and I don't know. I'm not sure. Is it allowed to stream Cyberpunk? I guess so, huh? Because it is a video game that's, I think, not on the ban list. But yeah, let's continue watching the rest of the video.
Okay, fine. Okay. Looks like I finally hit the end game.
This is what I mean. This is exactly what I mean. The WoW versus Final
This is
Fantasy.
where we disband. Oh well, see you guys. Oh right, you all suck and uninstall the game and all of that, you know, the usual.
Oh, what do you mean, man? We just go again.
No, idiot, I didn't pull the bag. I was... Wait, what?
Yeah, we don't have to disband. Just try again, right?
I didn't think that this is a thing. I'm just so used to everyone leaving after each wipe.
This is exactly
I'm
it.
afraid of wasting your time with this failure of a group.
Then we waste our time together.
Wow. You asshole. You come crawling back.
And this
as
is
soon as we
supposed to depict a Blizzard
solo
gem.
island expeditions and 5 new hair colors. Maybe some painting reworks. Yeah. Want some?
Some copium.
Hey, when this video goes live, I'll be streaming live on Twitch, so come hang out.
Anyway, so that is exactly, but it is kind of true. I mean, it's meant to be funny, but that's exactly. I mean, if I were to describe a big difference between like the WoW community and Final Fantasy, it's that bit with the dungeon. You just go again, you know, and usually people will then tell you like, hey, on this boss we need to do this, this, and this. Or make sure that you use your mitigations more, because I've been tanking quite a lot. And so they give you tips and you go again, you know? And I mean, as a streamer, you have sort of what they call streamer privilege, in the sense that there's always going to be people who want to do the dungeons with you and know that you're a first-time player, so they'll give you the time to watch all the cutscenes, look around, they'll point you towards interactive and interesting stuff. It's just really wholesome. When I started this expansion as well, I got to a new city and I arrived at the docks, and there was like a bunch of people welcoming me to the new expansion, and they were running around in the city and running around with me, and we took screenshots. And so it's all around, just the community is very welcoming and very they take good care of their streamers and their FC members, which is sort of like the guild. Rain was there, and Taru, Sane was there as well. You know, it's just, and Dandel, I think even Jane at some point showed up. Jad, I believe, came around. I mean, there was so many people, and it's just, it's really wholesome, it's really nice, and they do that for everyone, and it's like, you feel very welcome. I don't know, it's hard to explain. It's like you come home to okay, so how can I best describe this? I guess you come home on like a rough week on a Friday evening, you open up the door, and then you're sitting around in the living room like, damn, what am I gonna do? I'm a bit bored. And then your best mate's in front of the door with like cold beers and like snacks, and he's like, it's Friday, it's the weekend, let's party. And you just or chill or whatever you want to do, you know, and you're just like, yes, I feel loved right now. Yeah, you tank that. Yeah, and also Snow, you have to remember that most other people are Europeans, right? Or work from home in Ashara and Jane's case.
There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Atheris is boundless and pure.
You know, being from Europe versus NA, it's just hard, the time difference. I mean, but you're Portuguese, so we're in the same time zone. Sorry, that was the point I was trying to make.
Were born of Heideland's love for Atheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibility.
Oh, you work from home too. Hey, Shala. What's up, buddy?
For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well. That goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them
Oh
safe.
man. Ja, auch gut, aber ich weiß nicht so gut, wie man das sagt, aber ich habe ein neues Desktop gekauft. Entschuldigung. Aber weil mein altes Desktop sehr alt war, habe ich ein neues gekauft. Ah, gesetzt. Alright. Oh, you saw it on the first day. Ah, fair. True, you were here.
If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
His inspiring music in the back as well. They're like, we found our resolve. We'll build it right.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men and your own kin besides.
Oh, cool. Yeah, true. The DC DC travels here, right?
More than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Atheris are beyond counting and span the length and breadth of emotion.
Apparently there was a really amazing party between Preach and Zepla, and they did like this crazy collab on like an entire housing ward was like congested and people were trying to get in. It was like really crazy apparently. That was yesterday, I believe. And they called it the rejoining. That's so cool. I love that kind of stuff. Maybe we can do that as well with the donuts. We can I don't know, congest an entire ward on the on Chaos Omega. That would be cool. Maybe after TwitchCon we can think about organizing something big like that. Is any of you going?
Are monuments to
That's here?
man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
Pudding Way.
Miss Pudding Way.
Pudding Way? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure. But one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words.
Pudding Way. He's struggling to give them a compliment. You can tell. If you're going to TwitchCon, any of you that is here, I understand it's no. I mean, I think Lana, Jane, and Ashara have probably saved up for it a little bit. It is quite a investment to come and fly over. I mean, it's in Amsterdam, right? For me, it's literally I take the train and the bus and then the train to Amsterdam, and I'm there. And I have like this public transport card that I have anyway, so I can even travel at a discount with the train. So for me, it was really the 2-day ticket, and then whatever expenses I have. You didn't know about it until a month ago. Ah, fair enough, yeah. I mean, it would have been cool to meet, because I like your sassiness. The few times that we spoke in voice, anyway. But yeah, I'm excited to meet everyone. There's so many people going that I'm excited for to meet. I mean, I took an extra day off on Friday next week to be able to show Ashara, Lana, and Jane around Amsterdam a little bit, even though I don't know Amsterdam that well myself. I never really go there because it's way too big. And I feel like it's a small ant. And Shadow is going to be there. Shadow, I think, is already hosting them a little bit on Thursday as well. I'm not sassy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Wait, maybe sassy's not the right word. It's more positive than that. You're like... I think your timing and one-liners... they are golden. You have a... you know when something is accidentally timed, I feel like whenever there's conversation going on and you just say something, it's just maybe not even intended, but you're always funny to me. Right? You crack me up, I swear. I'm built of sarcasm. Yeah, maybe. I guess I like sarcasm. I thought about it, but then I saw the price of the hotels in Amsterdam, and a 4 hours by train or by car is long. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you're... I mean, I'm not sure if there's still tickets. Probably not. Maybe they would be on Ticket Swap. I mean, if you really wanted to, Sane, and you would feel comfortable, you can stay at my place. I don't care. I have nothing to hide other than maybe my dirty laundry. You don't want to go into that anyway. But, yeah, I mean, I don't have spare beds. I have a really big L-shaped couch. And we can also always buy you an air mattress or something. But that's up to you. You know, offer stands. Offer stands if you don't want to book a hotel. I understand it, because these hotel prices are crazy. It's also the high season, right? It's also the holiday season, so it's extra ramped up. And they know that there's a lot of conventions and events that weekend in Amsterdam. So, you know, the demand is high. But yeah, if you would be comfortable. I don't think I can do IRL streams. The problem is my data on my phone is very, very limited. I don't really use a lot of phone data normally. But I'll try to appear in Alpster and Brand's vlog a little bit if they feel like hanging out. Because Brand Online and Alpsters are definitely going to hang out together because they're both partners, right? They're gonna do the partner event as well on Friday evening and stuff. I mean, it depends. Like, you know, I guess it really depends. Like, we plan to go to 2 museums or 1 museum maybe. Well, thought I'd offer anyway. But yeah, I can't really vlog that much. I'll take lots of pictures hopefully and sort of on Monday maybe do a stream and share my experiences. I would love to go to TwitchCon US as well, but I don't know. And Gamescom in Germany.
A judicious application of Fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate.
Lost or kidnapped.
Living well. It is no easy feat to convey the significance of.
Why would that be? Because you would be sarcastic to the wrong person? Yeah, I mean, the US is a bit... I don't want to say hostile, but they're not very welcoming right now to outsiders. I remember I had to travel through the US to get to Belize, and you have to do eye scanning and fingerprints, and like we were picked out to get our shit searched, the bags. And then, you know, they plucked everything out and searched it and stuff, and then they were like, yeah, we're done with that now. And I was like, really, dude? We aren't on transfer, you asshole. We're gonna miss our plane. And we barely made it, but I don't know, it wasn't very nice. the shit searching job. I mean, they were trying to look for I guess drugs or something, because, you know, 2 Dutch guys traveling through America. I think it was Detroit. Is that possible that there's a I think on the way back it was Detroit. On the way going there it was I can't remember. There's another airfield. But they weren't very welcoming there. I don't know. I felt incriminated without even doing anything. I was just there on holiday and traveling through, you know? But also, hey Painted Wolf. Welcome to the stream, buddy. My name's Ash. And we're just hanging out. We're doing MSQ. Endwalker MSQ. And yeah, glad you made it here. Welcome. But we're also talking about TwitchCon, traveling, and all sorts of nonsense. I like to just talk to you guys as well. This is now currently my backdrop, and it's just nice to connect. So, what? What did I say so? I'm very short, and Luke sound like you're 14. You don't sound like you're 14. You have way much. I'm not gonna say that. Never mind. Forget I said anything. You don't sound 14 though. But Matka small? I'm scared to go to the USA since they don't even know where Portugal is. I saw a girl that had a lot of trouble getting out of the USA, and the immigration officers weren't going to let them pass because they were saying protocol didn't exist. Yeah, man. Well, I mean, I have a friend who's in Arkansas, and he didn't know where Holland was either. Yeah, he's like, he knew where Europe was vaguely, but he had no clue. But I mean, to be fair though, don't ask me to point where states are, other than I know where Los Angeles sort of is, that area, California. I know Washington to a certain extent, but like I don't remember from geography class. I don't remember that much from the US. I don't know. Just all in all, geography. Why is that so hard for me to say? Geography. There you go. Just didn't care for it that much. At least like the maps. I love looking at maps, but not at actual maps, you know, and trying to learn that stuff. Here be dragons. Shit. I don't remember what I was going to say. I think I was going to say something along the lines of like, you don't sound like you're 14 because you're way too much of a, I don't know if I was going to say potty mouth, but you're not really a potty mouth. You didn't really curse that much, but like the way you speak, the tone, and sort of the, I'm gonna return to sass again here. I don't know how else to, well, maybe it's the sarcasm. The sarcasm is on a level where it's like, yeah, you're not 14. I mean, I can definitely sense the mad cause small and maybe some pent-up frustration. You ever want to, you know, play Paladin, or you want to talk about playing Paladin, or what's up with that kind of thing? You know, you have a lot of, there's something behind the veil, and it's very interesting. You're like bubbly and at the same time energetic. And fucking hilarious without probably be, you know, intending to be. But I feel like there's something going on. That's not a 14-year-old. I mean, or like a very mature 14-year-old. I don't know. I don't judge. You're too inventive to be. Maybe inventive is a good word for it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, me and stupidity go kind of hand in hand, because I'm an idiot. Ask Mara anytime. I don't know if Mara's still lurking in chat, but she'll confirm. So maybe that's why I bring it up in you. I see. Now we know. Now we know. But you know, I know you, Briss. I don't care.
When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live?
I feel that. I have a lot of tolerance for it, I would say.
After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson.
Yeah, you guys are great.
The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
You know, that's also part of it. Coming back to why the Final Fantasy community is so great, Lars. You know, you see all these people in here, rain and snow, and there's a lot more as well. They got together kind of all behind another streamer called Alpsters. They created an FC, which is basically a guild. And they started because they all watched and followed that streamer, right? Alpsters, he's a British guy, very funny. But then outside of Alpster streaming and them experiencing the game and the streams with him, they started to bond and connect with one another, right? And so that FC kind of, they all became friends, and you know, it became like a sort of a really wholesome mixed group of people. Some stuff happened and some split away. But it's like they still talk to each other like this, you know. They call each other sis and mom and brother, and I don't know. It's like the Final Fantasy community is more like a family, you know, like a second home, coming home, and everybody has their, yeah, exactly, one big family. They all have their baggage and their loads, but we stick together, kind of thing. I don't know. It's there's a lot of support, both emotional and just sharing the experiences. I don't know. It's something special. It's hard to describe if you don't live it or experience it. And I'm really enjoying the fact that, you know, people are comfortable around me as well and my stream to say whatever the fuck they want as well, be open and still be respectful towards each other, because sometimes there's disagreements, right? I will say shit and people are like, don't say that, don't break my heart, you know. But at the same time, people are like, okay, yeah, if you have like a reason to say something, that's fine, I don't agree. But it's like you like my third or fourth donut child. That's so wholesome. It's hard to describe. Oh man, aren't my alarms, why alerts aren't going off? Thank you for the follow though, I really appreciate that. Thank you, Painted Wolf. You are my 101st follower. That is a feat. I like that number. But it's like very wholesome, and everybody just gets along. And even if they don't, what I really like is there's another FC that was that was part of the old FC before. They kind of created their own thing, but occasionally people from that FC still come in, like Taru, who's also started streaming, you know, Mirazula, and her friend Toa. Mary, I don't know her in-game name that well, but Mary and Taru. And then there's Basil comes in every now and then, and Claire I've seen, and yeah, a few others. You know, it's just nice to still be able to be friend. Yeah, she does. Hold on, let me actually shout her out real quick. I think this is it. Let me click the link. Hold on, before you guys. Yeah, this is Taru. Go give her a follow. We actually did a Fall Guys stream together with Mary and Taru. It was really fun. We had a lot of fun. And then Shadow joined, Jane joined, Dandel joined under a name that we didn't know. And some of Shadow's friend, Toffee as well. You guys know Toffee, right? So it was a good time. But my computer couldn't handle Fall Guys. That's the moment when I decided actually to do the hardware upgrade, because it was like a slideshow for me, streaming and playing that game at the same time. Anyway, let's get through this cutscene. You know what's really nice though? Don't tell her I said this, by the way. This is between us, guys. I think streaming has helped Taru become more confident, because she's practicing English quite a lot. I mean, if there's only German viewers in her chat, then she'll speak German with them. But whenever, for instance, when I come in, she instantly switches over to English. And I feel like even though she's a VTuber, you know, doing the model, and she's artsy, of course, so she crafts a lot of her own models. She's made my only emote as well. Like this, Taru made this. Look how amazing it is. Isn't that great? She's super talented, and I think she can really become a really good streamer, but she just needs the confidence, and I think she's getting there already. Like, she's practicing, you know, interacting with more people, and just having a good time. And it's really beautiful to see, even though I can't actually see her, but you can hear it in her voice as well. And she was confident being in voice chat with Mary, myself, you know, we all streamed. So it's really cool. I love it. And if that can, if that's something that streaming can do for somebody, then you know, all for it. I mean, and I talk all day to people for my work as well, so I'm quite confident just talking. I'm also okay with the silence sometimes.
Still labor to find mine own answer.
So.
'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment.
Oh shit. Path of Enlightenment.
For thee.
Yeah, so NPC, like when you pause, you know, scenes, you can just. That's what I usually do. I'm like,
As blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it.
because I'm the type of streamer who cares more about like having a good time with the community, catching up, you know, hanging out. Of course, I really enjoy the story and I want to experience all of it. And some people might be very upset with me right now because they just want to watch me react to the story. But I'm the type of guy who will pause whatever he's doing, even go to this idiot screen, and just, you know, if somebody needs an intervention, needs help, you know, that's what we'll do. We'll just go into this scene and we'll just be like, hey, what's up? Let's talk about it. But yeah. And that's how I stream for 5 hours and get nothing done. But it's a good time, and that's what we're here for.
The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Waste Compendium.
What pisses me off a little bit though is my Twitch alerts aren't working. Let me actually log into Stream Elements real quick. Because I want to know what's up with that. Sorry, I gotta... Oh, it is working. Oh, but what? Because we didn't get to see this beautiful man or woman or person. Look, there we go. Now it's working. Okay, for some reason it wasn't working. You broke the system. 101, can't compute, I mean. But yeah, so there we go. There's the Twitch alerts. But yeah, I appreciate the follow. And there's a bunch of different ones. But yeah, we got it. I'm assuming you play Final Fantasy as well, Wolf. Do I call you Wolf or Lupo? Because Wolf and Lupo kind of mean this. Wait, are they the same thing? Not exactly, but I'm assuming you're also a Final Fantasy player. Are you also on Omega? Or, and specifically, well, at least Chaos, maybe specifically Omega as well?
An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements.
Some of them nice.
But more importantly,
I like Wolfie or Lupo.
us to together find
Oh, you're
a
on
way
Ether.
forward.
lovely
Thank
gift.
you. I have a friend who introduced me to the game on
I shall
Mateus.
remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order.
He runs a
Though we must needs prepare for
ARP
every
guild.
eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our
Oh, this
saga
music.
is the last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home.
Turtle.
Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Damn, your NJ hype
Should the worst
speech.
come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Gotcha, indeed.
Thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind, if being the operative term.
Oh, the flower. Yes. That flower, how came it in your possession? How very like her. I'm gonna read these out. Hold on. Guided by its light, you may come to her true intentions. Intentions which remain a mystery, even to us. Damn, I didn't realize how much bigger he was. Standing over us like that. In our time, we called it Elpis. You do well to remember the name. They sure are a lot about remembering, huh? Remember us. Remember we once lived. You guys can see it, but I'm doing the arm thing. I swear, I'm doing the arm thing.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Atheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts.
There, little bunnies.
And circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Agreed. The Charlayan Forum, yes?
Since 2016.
What? How did you know?
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement.
So what is it you mainly do in the game, Lupo? What's your focus? What's your end game? Is it glam? Is it housing? Is it PvE? PvP? That's kind of popular now, right? PvP. There's some cool rewards, and Crystal Conflict's not that bad, I think. Some of the classes are fun to play in PvP. I'll be right back real quick, but this music's kind of jam. But I'm quickly going to refill bottle and take a little bit of a pee break. And you know what's nice? Now that I have headless or wireless headset thingy, I don't have to take off my headset anymore. I'll be right back. Oh shit, it's Yustolaception, guys! Which one's the real one? Oh my god. Right, I'm back. So, let's see, let's catch up. You do a lot of bee's knees in Limsa, but mostly leveling and gearing up your main, the summoner. Oh, nice, summoner main. So, I consider myself a warrior main, because that's what I've stepped off the boat into the world of Eorzea and Limsa as a marauder, and I've kept up with the class, but I decided to bring Red Mage up to max first. And I don't regret that decision, because Red Mage is a lot of fun to play. And because of the way the spells look, I fell in love with that Lotus effect, you know. It's such a cool, like the red Lotus coming up with the AoE. It's just fantastic. But considering that you do a lot of bee's knees in Limsa, is your character hot? Do you have skimpy outfits and you show off the humps and the lumps? You haven't done any ultimates? With your friends, and you started an FC a couple of months back. It's a lot of building ships and unlocking things, getting that all situated. Oh, so you also have an FC house then? That's nice. The one in the corner is fake. She's facing the wrong direction. Is she? Is she? I guess she is. I mean, she's just, you know, she doesn't give it shit. She's like, I have no care in the world. I'm just gonna sip my tea. Yeah, I'm quite pleased with Red Mage. It's a fun class. I wouldn't kick me out of bed. I mean, there you go.
Though had we not taken
Oh, this is my Red Devil, and I did some.
We might still be unaware of their plans.
I did some mock station shopping the other day, so I went with this outfit. I'm quite happy with it. It looks kind of good on Aura, I think, but I must admit it looks even better on Bun Boy, because they have hair coming out at the top as well, and their ears, and I thought that was a cute detail. But yeah, I'm one of the few red skin Aura. I think most Aura males have the white or very pale skin, because it goes kind of well with the white and then the black horns and facial features and stuff. But I quite like him. I kind of so my inspiration was like it's Oath of Conquest. So in the official art book, there is this. Maybe I can find it. Yeah, here it is. So this art is in Xanatar's official book, one of the D&D books. And I was playing a Oath of Conquest Paladin, and this art piece is in that book, Xanatar's Guide to Everything. I have that book because, you know, it's a cool book and we didn't have it yet with our group. So I kind of modeled him after that because I think Aura looks kind of like it. Right? You can see the likeliness a little bit. My guy versus the Tiefling. So that's sort of what I made him look like a little bit. Ah, you're Fantasia. Okay, yeah. You're a cat boy. Oh, and also Aura, nice. Do you also do like G poses and stuff a lot?
But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
Yeah, a little bit. I think Elysian can look very pretty, but I don't like the way their neck sort of stands so tall from the rest of their torso. It reminded me a little bit of a giraffe. You know, and I mean, Urianger has like this tall neck piece, so it's sort of hiding it, but this is all his neck still, right? All of this is neck, which made me not go with Elysian. Otherwise, they're a good race too, I think. I don't know. Quite happy with my guy. And I recently became Super Saiyan too. Oh. When I have update on all the profile pics because I did it again. Fair enough. It was a relief to see Living Way. I was pleased with my gift of ink. To serve and serve well. Though their knowledge may be lacking, their boundless love is a blessing without peer. It will be no easy task to prepare them for what needs to be done. But gladly do I embrace the duty, even if doth necessitate that we part ways for a time. Forgive me my absence, but I have an utmost faith in you, in all of our scions. When I next return to Aetheris, I pray I find you in good health and good spirits. Right. Okay, this jingle kind of grew on me. I had to get used to it a little bit, but the Endwalker jingle, it grew on me. Your excursion to the moon concluded. Y'shtola is keen to return to Aetheris. With the Loporats and Uranja in capable hands, we needn't worry about the affairs here in our absence. Knowing now that we face their earthly collaborators, there's much to discuss with Alpino and the others. Let us return to the Tower of Babel. Our battle for the star will soon begin in earnest. We must be prepared. Bye, little ones. Wait, where am I on the map? Oh. How do I get up there? No billiards? Oh! Yeah, I can see it. Especially now. With the current glam. Isn't that what the glam is based off of, actually? It looks like it. Yeah, this is exactly his outfit. That's probably why. Good eye, Lars. Because that's exactly... So... Yeah, I got his outfit. So I don't know who that is because I have not played that game, but good eye. And you can, so there's did you play WoW before? I don't remember if you have. Oh, I can't show that, I guess. But there's pretty much what they have in World of Warcraft, where you can skin over gear, basically. They have that here as well. It's called Glamour in here. How do I get there? I don't remember. Or am I supposed to unlock flying and fly up there? Am I supposed to do the side quest so I can fly? Or is there other ways for me to make it up there? I am mildly confused. Because I don't think... Oh. Well, to the next bit of the MSQ. Oh, wait. It's down in this hole? Ah, yes. Okay. Never mind. Got it. I didn't remember that teleport patch for there. But yeah, thanks. Gods, I can scarcely believe that we went on to the moon and back. We'll have time to reflect on that later. Right now, we need to head back to Camp Broken Glass and deliver a thoroughly detailed report to Lucia. I'd like very much to know how everyone is getting on here as well. It only just began to treat the tempered prisoners when we left. I share your curiosity, but warning our allies of the final days is of greater importance. Speak not only of the contingent, of course. The heads of the state of every nation must know that what we have learned. You don't know when or where the manner of the final days will begin to manifest, so we must see that everyone is prepared. Agreed. We may wish to stress the importance of discretion, lest the public be sent into a panic. Not that everyone in a position of responsibility should need to be told as much, but it bears repeating. Anyway, first things first, to Camp Broken Glass. Oh wow, hey super. That has been a while. How have you been? You mean this? What am I missing? Really? Oh, this one. I guess. Huh. Yeah, it looks like it is quite important now that I read it. Hold on. Increases magic damage dealt by 5%. The duration is 5. Oh, yeah, okay. I should probably go ahead and do that, huh? Alright. Fair. Fair. I had no idea. Let's go and do that real quick. Because that sounds very important for my DPS. Holy shit. I had no idea. Wow, this takes me back. Alright, quick intermission with the MSQ, guys. I need to unlock that level 60 skill. I mean, yeah. This one, Manification. What's Holy Ver? Don't I? Ver Holy. I guess not. I've never really finished the quest line. Just kind of forgot about him. Oops. I have some friends of mine, stands 7 dawn, to keep an eye out on the ship. No, the assassin we seek. to enter any of the major ports. Ah. My Lenosian contact. Aye, this is Xurhun. Xurhun? They are still there. Excellent, thank you. Seems that the Ascendant's merchantman has been spotted sailing into Ailport. Come, we have no time to lose. It's also because I've mostly been spamming. What have I been spamming to level up the red mage? I think it was roulettes. I was just excited to get into Endwalker, and as soon as I got it to 80, doing roulettes and some PvP and stuff, I just went in and I kind of forgot that, or I didn't even realize and have it. But a good eye. My apologies for dragging you halfway across the realm, but I did promise you a journey. Now, for that merchantman, I'm told it's anchored in a short distance offshore. We need to know more about the connection between the ship and our foe. It may be simply paid for the passage, but there's something about that vessel. I say we wander to the port and see what gossip there is to be had. By the way, want to introduce myself to you. I don't understand. I don't know if I quite follow. Oh, you mean because of DC travel now? You're on light, right? I remember. Yeah, you're main. You can now visit, right? True. Merchantman. They're just sealed in. I don't know buggery about it. Not even the bleeding name. All I know is this. Her crew's about as lively as a cabin full of corpses. It ain't natural. There's a rumor going around that the Yellow Jackets taking an interest in their dealings, but I'd rather keep my distance. Anyhow, any road. Aye. I'm finished answering your questions. Now off with ye. Alright, chill. I'm only making inquiries. Can we change glamour plates here? Probably not, right? Oh, we can. Where did I put it? Oh, yeah. There you go. Maybe, lad. Not much to tell you about the ship. Hey, she's trading. Vessel what brings goods to Ratahan. The crew in sullen lot, asking a friendly question about what they be hauling got me naught but a blank stares and a silence. Alright, thank you for hanging out, Lars. Have a good one, buddy. Sleep well, and yeah, thanks for checking the stream out. It was good catching up. I hope to see you next D&D session. Where is the... Oh, shit. So this is your Lala, huh? Is this your usual glam? Is it modeled after something? Is this like an inspiration? I quite like the hair. You don't see that very often. Oh, you've not done any glam. Yeah. Yeah, I've just been doing some shopping, so I look like this badass motherfucker. I think it quite fits my character. Even the undyed one. That's a cool minion, by the way. I've not seen that before. Is that like a reference to one of the games? It looks like some sort of boss with dragon spirits. Yeah, I love that dance. This is my favorite dance out of the store, I think. I also quite like the b-boy dancing, but I think that's a mix-up. People make macros where they mix up different dances, right? And then they do like these really cool b-boy style dances. And I also picked up this one because, you know, I quite like the blue one. Oh, Yokai Watch. Wait, I have Yokai Watch games on my 3DS. Do you also have that mount? And then I picked up the Dote as well. Because gotta have that Dote, you know? Whenever my community members come around, you gotta send them some love. And of course, the Super Saiyan! Hey-oh! I just find that a good emote. So those are the ones that I picked up, along with this Morg outfit. But I don't like the gloves it had, so I'm using the one... I think this is the Strive glove. Pretty sure. Oh no, it's a Lucian Prince one. Never mind. But no glam on you, Super. Wow. I guess that's why you were usually so bothered by me doing all that glam stuff, because you don't care for glam, I suppose, huh? I gotta redo my hair a little bit. Look how long it's gotten again, guys. Oh my god, this is such a mess. Look at this mane. Oh my god, look at it. It's kind of nutty. Oh, you have the... I was thinking about getting the petal flower one as well. That throws the flowers. They're kind of cool as well. Just using this as a mirror real quick. Here we go. Good enough. Yeah, I'm happy with this one. This is a good dance. Oh, he's up there by the docks. Nervous Navigator. Back on task. Is Red Mage still your main jaw? I mean, you have it to 90, so I'm assuming you're playing it a lot. The ship's not the trouble. You mark my words. I've mates that swear they've seen her pulling alongside Imperial vessels. Only the gods know what's hiding in that old hole of hers. Could be weapons, could be prisoners. Just the bleed inside of her makes me whiskers twitch. Alright. So something is going on. Oh, you have the entire outfit. Oh man. That hat looks so good on Lalas. Oh, actually not that bad on me either. Ooh. Can you recolor these? Oh, you can. Dude, Robin Hood outfit much? Hello? How do I make this bigger again, guys? There's a way to do it, right? I would definitely make this a Robin Hood outfit. Like an olive green. I thought there was a cogwheel somewhere here to scale it up. Wasn't there? Really? Oh, damn. Oh, that's so cool. That's a good look. I really like the hat. The hat and then the chest piece gives you the cape as well, I guess, right? Oh, yeah, it does. I quite like this little cape, too. Alright, that's sweet. That's something to look forward to, then. Cool. I also really like the Gunbreaker level 90 gear. The look of that coat. Oh, there's still caster roll quest, really? Thought they got rid of that after Shadowbringers. Able to learn Odd of Interest. Strange crew, mystery cargo. Ship's name unknown. Aye, I heard much of the same. Beginning to think that our assassin uses the vessel as a floating base. With no permanent camp on land, it would certainly be easier to avoid attention of the local forces, not to mention curious travelers. I also spoke with an acquaintance in the Yellow Jackets, and he confirmed that the ship's official status as a trader to and from Rats Adahan, even if rumors of her dealings with the Guardian agents in open waters are rife. Oh, they started 80... Oh, okay. As long as the merchantman appears to trade within law, however, officials are reluctant to force their way on board and cause an incident. They've yet to uncover enough evidence, it seems. Well, if solid reason to investigate is lacking, then mayhaps we should find 1A. Let's have ourselves a look. Some of their crates on the docks. Just a little innocent curiosity is all. There's 5 of them. Oh, alright. I actually am 85 right now. Job quests are done most likely forever. Because Yoshi P was like, with all the Warrior of Light has done, who can possibly teach them anything else? Oh, okay. Interesting. I only did the tank one in Shadowbringers so far. I will go back at some point. I think when I go and try out a healer, I think it might be the what's the scholar. I think I want to try out the scholar, and then when I do, I will probably go back and do the healer questline in Shadowbringers thing, because apparently that's pretty good as well. Cerulean, what? Traitors! Oh, they die in one hit. Oh yeah, okay. True, because this is like a level 60 quest. How did your intervention fare? I found a veritable bounty of military supplies. Cerulean tanks, imperial rations, imperial insignias, and on everything. The authorities must be interested to hear this, I'll wager. What's that you have there? A key. Oh! In that case, I will have to go back, because I've not done the ranged magical DPS one. Oh well, dropped by one of the ship's crewmates, you say? Just so happens to have found the most inconceivable lockbox. Should go and relay our findings to the Yellow Jackets. I'm sure you'll think of some use for the key of yours. I don't mind if I do. Oh, so I don't have to go back? Ah. What? Did this smuggle a girl? What? Where am I? Was I sleeping in a box? What an odd thing for me to do, too. Does the girl have a name? Is that a reference to... Wait. That must be a reference to Game of Thrones, right? That's so good. Oh man, I love cult references. Does a girl have a name? You didn't go back and do the quests for the other roles in Shadowbringers? That's probably a good idea though. Which one's your favorites? Apparently a lot of people said the tank one. That's the one that I did. And I did enjoy that storyline, I must say. I heard that the magical DPS is probably the weaker one. Or was it the physical DPS? I don't know. One of the DPS ones was to like most of the community when I played it at the time, Shadowbringers that is, was their least favorite one. Healer's your favorite? Cool. Of course, oh, perhaps not. No, wait, I remember something. Arya, my name's... This has to be Game of Thrones reference. Really, Arya? Is it? That's pretty cool, though. It's a lovely name. You think so? And I suppose it will do for now. And what does a girl call you? Mordai Ash. Mordai, I remember that. Thank you for letting me out. After suffering the Paladin quest, tank quest in Shadowbringers were God sent. Will not comment on Endwalker ones except to say tank quests are the worst. Oh man. Oh well, it is what it is. What happened here? It's all a miss. My ranking is healer, tank, magical, third, physical. Oh, then it's probably the physical one that was the worst. I remember people telling me that yeah, one of the DPS ones was kind of weak. Yeah, I mean, I want to at some point try Gunbreaker out as well. But I intended to get Warrior up to from 80, I think it's 82 or 83 right now, up to 90 after, you know, I'm done with the Red Mage leveling. And that will probably come naturally through the MSQ, I suppose. And then my plan was to try out a healer, because I've not really given a healer a fair go. And I was thinking to do Scholar, because it gets the added benefit of leveling your summoner up as well. Might as well, right? I will say strongly that it's not the worst, just fourth. Ah, okay. Right. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're gonna rank them, it has to come somewhere, right? Remind me which one the healer is in Shadowbringers. Isn't that the, that's a Lalafell, right? The Lalafell with the Warriors of Darkness group was the White Mage, right? Oh, the Dwarf. Oh, I thought it was the Lalafell. With the Warriors of, like, Artbird, and then the Paladin was obviously the big Rogadin guy. Oh, you mean the follower? Yeah, the guy that you accept the quest from was a dwarf. Yeah, that's true. No, but I mean, oh, true. Yeah, true. I forgot about that. This last was inside the box. I might suspect the stowaway. It was more likely she was kidnapped. People who took you may have been lurking nearby. You probably put some distance. Too late. Come now, you needn't fear me. Would I please say something to reassuring, would you? He's a gentle kitten. He's a powerful mage. Gentle as a kitten. Yes? You say so, Mordai? Then I suppose it must be true. A girl trusts us. Well, seem to have made a new friend. Let's see about arranging some lodging for now, and we can discuss where to go from here. Let us. Camila Ara. Who this?
Ara. I'll give you an Ara.
Oh god. That's not the one. It's this one. I don't know what anime this is, but anyway. She's an FC friend. Oh, I see. Well, they're a donut. Let's see their adventure plate. Wow. Holy shit. Seeker of blood. And then this face. Oh my god. I guess they were adding everybody. I'm not sure. Oh wait. I think I know. I've got. Let me see. Burning down house meme. Yeah, look. I think it is made after this. I've seen the post about this, but yeah, look. Is you see the likeliness, right? I think they modeled it after this. Because she looks like she, you know, did this. Disaster girl, that's the meme. Right? That's pretty good. That's actually amazing. They're being reset? Why? What's yours? Ah, that's pretty cool. Mine is very basic, I want to say. How do I target myself again with this shit? I guess I do it like this. Ah, out of beta. Oh, so this is a beta test. Okay. I had no clue. Alright, lodging it is. That translates loosely into oh my, right? I think. Poor girl was asleep within moments. This entire ordeal must have left her exhausted. So the results of our efforts with the cargo, I suggest we continue this conversation outside. Hope she's dreaming. Oh, and somebody's keeping watch. Well, looks like it anyway. We presented our findings to the Yellow Jackets, and evidence was indeed sufficiently damning to spark a full-scale investigation. Good. Regretfully, it appears that the assassins caught wind of the coming storm. A squad of soldiers was dispatched to the docks, only to witness the merchantman sailing away with all hands on board. Not quite the outcome we'd hoped for. But at the very least, you'll no longer find a warm welcome in Eosia Sports. The other issue we face now is that what to do with young Arya. Her breath carries a faint aroma that may account for her memory loss. I suspect she was subjected to a certain incense, which, when inhaled, can cloud a person's mind. The next step was likely to brand her with one of those vile sigils. The effect is permanent. Affect the permanent destruction of her free will. Just want to confirm that it was her and she wasn't hacked. Okay. Before we all get weird messages, right? It was fortunate that you released her when you did. Arya remains muddled, but her condition should improve over time. And once her memory has returned, we can learn exactly who she is, and just as importantly, perhaps, the circumstances which led to her capture. I mean, didn't they say that they're from Rad's at Han? She didn't look like she was from there, though. I've spoken with Arya, but it seems her memory has yet to return. The incident must have been potent indeed to create such a lasting fog. If she cannot recover naturally, we must rely on some familiar sight or an event to jolt her senses back to normalcy. Might I ask that you take her out somewhere to test my theory? Seems far more comfortable around you, after all. Can we adopt her? She's kinda cute. And I don't mean it in a weird way, because she's a kid, but like she looks like a cute kid, you know? At the very least, I would know from when she hails. I'll call once more upon my acquaintance in the Yellow Jackets. Surely she has family who are searching for her. Alright, you and me, Arya, let's go. Mordai, thank you so again for letting me out of the crate. It's such a lovely sleep. That awful tiredness has left me. Still can't seem to remember anything. Outside? Well, I suppose a fresh breeze might help me blow away some cobwebs. I think I'd like to see the view from the battlements. Will you join me up there, Mordai? Of course. Let's hang out. Look, isn't it beautiful? I've never seen anything so... It's really the first time seeing this view. I try to remember, but my mind is a blank page. I can be sure of nothing. That seems more comforting. Make new memories? Oh, I hadn't thought of it like that. Almost as a gift of sorts, isn't it? Being able to enjoy things afresh. Yes, positive outlook. I think I'll stay up here a while longer. Just to be sure I'll remember it tomorrow. Oh, do you see that ship? How do they keep such a massive things afloat? Fond of ships? No, fond of high places, are you? I wish you could take Arya to the first and have her meet Reed. Oh, yes! True, they could be friends. Rin and, oh god, her name slips my mind. Beautiful name, Gaia. Yeah, there we go. True, and they can share cookies. And tea. Over in the Crystarium. I do enjoy watching the ships, though. I remember when I was a child, I would always beg my uncle to... Oh, I remember that. I had an uncle. He was my only family. He tried to protect me, but... Forgive me, the exact event is still a jumble, but the memory was not a pleasant one. That day, it's coming back in a rush. You think we might return to the inn? I need a moment or two. Oh, she's so polite. Such a well-raised kid. Leaves with a bow and everything. You know, asks if we can have a moment. I would adopt her. I'm a gillionaire after all. Gonna take care of a kid. Not IRL, but... Hey, Arndale. Or KT, I don't know what you want to be called. I guess on here, I will just go with KT. How you doing, bud? The Yellowjacks were able to dig up a report on Arya from their records. I hurried back to share the news, but seeing as our memory of the incident has returned, I'd rather hear the tale from her source, as it were. From what I can recall, I've always lived with my uncle. He was a kind and gentle man, who would often tell me stories of my parents. I was young when they died, too young to remember them, I think. You've been making new outfits for VRC and VTubing. Nice. Really nice, actually. The report mentioned that you were a citizen of Limsa. Do you remember that you were taken when the attack came? Yes, we were on the road to somewhere. The ambushes appeared as if from thin air, and my uncle stepped forward to shield me. They killed him. Oh, poor girl. What happened after that is a blur, but my memory of that moment is crystal clear. Oh. Can we adopt her? Thank you, Arya. You needn't force yourself to remember the rest. For now, we must concern ourselves with the future. It would not be charitable to send you back to a town alone, especially not with significant parts of your memory still missing. Yet we cannot ask you to accompany us either. Our journey leads us to a path to confront the very cabal, whose malevolent embrace you have yet but escaped. I would go with you, even so. You saved my life, and helped me accept the loss of my past. There's a chance my memories could return and lead you to these villains, then I would stay at your side. Damn. I want to adopt her. Arya's amazing. Such resolve. How can I refuse such passion? Seems we've adopted a new companion. There we go. Can we keep her? Greatest challenges facing us now, however, is deciding on our next destination. The merchantman is fled, and we know not whither it is bound. The Isles of Umbra. Why is it doing Twitch overlays in here? Is that a thing I can turn off? I remember. They were the only words I've heard them speak before I blacked out. Isle of Umbra. The master calls. These puppets cannot speak idly. Ready yourselves, Mordai. We cross to the Isle of Umbra. and confront this master of theirs. You as well, Arya. Fight together. Level 80 gear? That's 80. I prefer the hat of the 90. But I will say the feathers on this is magnificent. The one shoulder thing looks kind of cool, but I would like this to be a different color. So I'm happy that on the 90 gear it's like this darker blue, blackish. I like the boots on it. That's cool. Hold on, let me... Oh, they're too long for me. So, personally, I would have loved if the boots stopped here and they didn't have this high part to them. But maybe combined with the pants. And then the boots? No. So, that's the only gripe that I have with the boots is I wish this part didn't exist, you know? This is cool up until here, but then this makes it a bit weird for me, where it's all over your knees and then your thighs as well. Like, I really like it, but I would have liked it to be cut here. You know what I mean? Oh, well, there you go. Then that would be an option. And with this thing over the one shoulder, it reminds me a little bit of a matador. That's what it screams to me. Matador outfit. Yeah. You know? A little bit. That's what I sort of... Why the fuck does this show up in Matador outfit? Google, what the hell? There's some weird outfits there. But yeah, prefer 90. At least for you. Yeah. I mean, it also doesn't look so bad on Lala's. Yeah. Alright, where's that island? Oh, it's literally up there, okay. Oh, can I fly there actually? Or do I have to take the ferry? It will probably not allow me to fly all the way out there, I'm assuming. Oh, it will? Looks like it will. Cool. Here we go. Mails from soldiers tell of a steady stream of tight-lipped arrivals. it would seem that the masters gathered all the marionettes on the isle. I armed Arya with what I had, but I can't fight. I can fight. Fight? You can barely talk, lass. I thought they were afraid of the mages who took her, but nay. It's the thought of the ghosts and ghouls and have her all tremble. Can't you blame me? The very ground here feels haunted, as if angry spirits might burst forth at any moment. Like that shadowy thing behind you. Wah! It's not there, lass. Now can we get a move on? Would you rather head to airport? I'm coming with you. Oh, there we go. Event time. That's quite alright, Mara. Yeah. I understand. Oh, oops, wrong button. Actually, quite a lot of people came over with from the YouTube days of streaming. Which I'm quite happy about. That they chose to move with platform. Come and hang out and watch. Yeah, how would you go about doing a triple? Because I don't think I have the outlets for it. Maybe I do actually with this computer. I haven't really paid attention to how many. I mean, I only have 2 HDMI ports, but I have 2 of those display ports. I guess you can also use display ports, maybe. Yeah, I guess you can use display ports then, yeah. What's making that noise and what's hitting me? Oh, sustaining lightning damage over time. Who's making those weird sounds? Was that the enemies falling? I don't have access to my full combo because I'm skilled down. Boo. Oh boy. Oh shit. Yeah, it was. So especially because it was I remember that it was like, okay, we go to the moon and instantly you fight, well, Fandaniel as Zodiark, which was like already shocking that that was sort of his plan to begin with. And then that it came so soon, because here I was thinking he was going to be sort of like one of the end bosses, right? It was sort of already hinted that the returning of Zodiark was going to happen. And one of the things that I think now is because Zodiark is gone, I think that we might see Heidelin also become problematic, because the balance is no longer there between light and darkness. So I think Heidelin might also be something that we have to deal with at some point. That's just a hunch that I have, because she got super weak from using all her powers, but now there's no longer a Zodiark to sort of counterbalance her. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I didn't expect it to come there on the moon, let's be honest. But I had no expectations going into Endwalker other than, oh boy, you're in for a treat. That's what everybody has been saying. Which is the way it should be. No, I didn't expect it to be... What the fuck? Oh. I didn't expect it to be Xenos, because Xenos made it very clear from like very early on that he wanted to slay the gods. He wanted to find more shit to fight so he can become stronger, and you know, we actually would fight him again like we did when he had Shinryu under his command. So I thought he was going to be the one killing Xenos, or killing or attempting to fight it one-on-one. And the scene I had pictured in my head is that somehow Zodiark was more powerful than he imagined, and he'd be like, oh fuck, this is an enemy I cannot stomp by myself, or whatever, you know. And I thought he'd be knocked out, not dead, but knocked out, and then we come in as cleanup crew. That was sort of what I had in my head for the Zodiark thing. Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That is also a way to spin it. Yeah, yeah. I thought he wanted to fight him and then be like, oh, fuck, this is actually a powerful god. I can't beat him. Then gets bested, and then we come in and we defeat him. Yeah, I don't know. That's sort of what I thought. Like a we come to the rescue kind of moment. That is true. He did use Shinryu, yeah. The hand that controls these assassins cannot be far. Let's split up and search, shall we? Yell if you run into trouble. Yeah, well, I mean, so that's what I'm saying. He made it clear quite early on that he wanted to best icons for power. That's what I mean. Delectable. Ugh. The neck. Alright. True, he wanted to absorb their power. Your mortal frame brims with vital energy. An irresistible feast. Are you a vampire? Are you unharmed? Yes. Lambert. I mean, possessing Zodiark like he did with Shinrai would give him the power to fight us like last time. Yeah, that's true. That could definitely be it as well, yeah. That would also be a very plausible turn of events, that's true. But he doesn't seem want to repeat the same thing. But I feel like he's always deep down known that Fandaniel or Amon didn't really truly wanted to help him, but he went along with it just because he was bored and he I guess wanted to see the outcome. I don't know. But he knows this guy. Pleasure to see you, Xuron. My, how the years have etched themselves upon your brow. Wow, what a dig. This smirking bastard is Lambert, your allies once. It was obvious that, and then it was going to betray him at some point. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to me that all that time. Sorry, I'm a bit warm. Oh my god, my back is so sticky. Is it also really warm in UK right now, guys? I'm assuming so, right? Like very sweaty weather. Thank God I don't have armpit stains. Ugh. Definitely have some back sweat though. But what I was going to say is like I find it very crazy that after all that time, Amon as Fandaniel was still doing Emperor Zanda's bidding to a certain degree. His words really left their mark on him, like very imprinted in his brain. Like, oh yeah, that's the thing that I need to do. Ah yes, a valiant Crimson Duelist. Such fond memory. I relish their slaughter. Duelists live on through me, traitor. Not for long, my old friend. You shall soon share their fate. 2v1 easy, bro. Or die. Did she toss that? Oh yeah. Alright, she can cast. Venus wasn't interested in his motives. Was 90 C where 90 Celsius? Oh, 30. Holy shit, okay. I don't know what it was today here. I think 28. But what did you think of the Guardian Soldier part? I was a bit confused. I wasn't aware that I was supposed to... So, because I was trying to escape that part, just running through. And so I tried to... I tried to avoid combat, but then I got aggroed a lot, had to kill a bunch of guys, and I was like, oh, what am I supposed to do? I made it in the end, but it was not very clear from the get-go that I was supposed to go around, trigger certain events, like, you know, see that stoppage, and try and find the wreckage of all those inoperable tanks and stuff, find cerulean tanks, that kind of thing. But it was interesting. I didn't mind it. It was something else, and I like that they're not afraid to experiment with little mini games or little things in the main story like that. For instance, also with the tankard infiltration bit. Same with, for example, the Ruby weapon quests, right, where you play as the Gundam, pretty much. That was cool, and I like that they are willing to experiment within their game with that. And it's not only like, oh, here's a cool gimmick, it also is a medium for them to tell a bit of the story more interactively than just cutscene. So I enjoyed it. Not what I play Final Fantasy XIV for, what I think is considered a highlight for me, but I thought it was interesting that that they added that, and it gives you a bit of variety. in gameplay. So yeah, I'm not mad at it. Oh, are you in like the nuke of the house? Or do you have like an apartment with a flat roof or something? I'm kind of also having like a bit of a sweaty moment. Rude interruptions. This is not how I wish to savor your defeat. Lambert, God damn you. Alright, at least we know who we're up against now. You knew that, man. Yes. Yes, we'll speak of it later. First, I would know where you learned to cast spells like that. I don't remember anyone teaching me. This sort of happened. Sort of happened? I expect you to do club things with the old scepter, not fling balls of fire. Incredible. So she's a black mage. So Arya, does that mean you've overcome your fear of the undead? What are... Ah! Nope. He is not. Well, my friends, shall we return to Yaleport? I've unmasked the Cabal's master. I can tell you this much. He's not a man we wish to confront unprepared. As was apparent through the unpleasant exchange, I have a history with the master of the assassins. His name is Lambert. 20 years ago, he and I were part of a group who founded the Crimson Duelists. We studied the faded teachings, passed through generations of Girabanians, and revived the art of the rat magic as a weapon against tyranny. But one day, Lambert simply snapped. He murdered my unsuspecting comrades and vanished into the shadows. I returned from scouting alone to discover the aftermath of the massacre. It was later that I learned of his treachery. Had been paid for with imperial coin, but never could I find what became of the man himself. After 20 years of fruitless searching, I thought him dead. This has now become a matter of vengeance. I mean to pursue Lambert and exact a price for his betrayal. But I will not ask you to join me in this vendetta. Worry not, Mordai. Your grasp of rat magic will allow you to grow without the need of a teacher. As for you, Arya, I will arrange a suitable sanctuary. I'll not turn you out to fend for yourself. I shall treasure the time we spent together, my friends. May our paths cross again. Yeah, he left us no choice. Yeah, it's true. Should we let him just go off like that alone? I don't know about you, but I feel my part in this is not over. What should we do? Well, we have an FC house. It's not much, but do you like the beach? Donuts is a good family. I would like to take you there. You know, you can have your own room. We have parties. We have a nice garden. And we have a terrace that views over the sea. Will you care to join us? And be our little kid? No? Shit. Well, that's right. Oh. Yes, Mordai. Was there something else? This is not your battle, my friend. I will deal with the Lombard alone. Or die in the attempt. You can see I'm wasting my breath. You have that determined look that so impressed me the first time we met. I remember, in the bar. Very well. Stand together then. You are more a comrade to me than a student, Mordai. And I welcome your sword at my side. Hell yeah, buddy. You and me. And then Arya comes with, yeah. I'm coming too. I want to help save others. Sorry. I want to help save others from this monster. Just as you saved me. I want to teach you to teach me rat magic. As things stand, I'm just a burden to you. And I'm done to be more than carried along in your wake. I need my own way of making a difference. You certainly do have an aptitude for arcane. Lampert appears to target such youth for recruitment into his puppet cabal. But Mordai rescued you from the mindless fate. Now you would don the red to fight in our crusade. There's a sense of rightness to it, isn't it? Stand with us then, Arya. Join the ranks of the Rat Mages. Oh yeah. Yeah, the Loporids are, I mean, they were definitely cute and, ooh, outfit for her. Hell yeah. Looks good. Mordai, Saren. Looks splendid. It's more than clothes which make the woman. Help me train her as I train you, Mordai. Pay close attention, I promise. I mean, so yeah, what I was going to say, I like the Loporids, but it felt a little bit like out of place in a way, because I was still in the mindset of like the doom and gloom that we just left behind in Garlemald. So it was a bit, I mean, it was definitely for relief as well, and you know, giving the player a moment of respite, I guess. Is it respite or respite? I guess respite, huh? It was a break, yeah, exactly. That's how I felt as well. And while I appreciated it, and they're very cutesy and stuff, and I definitely had a bit of a giggle here and there, it was a bit long. To me, it overstayed its welcome a little bit. But that was maybe also because I was very tired that day that I was doing that stream, that part of the MSQ, and I played it really slow, and I was like, I guess maybe not in the mindset to fully enjoy it, possibly, but to me, I feel, yeah, just the part where you had to dress up in the different outfits, I was like, yeah, okay, at this point, it's kind of overstaying your welcome. Okay, we get it, you know, they have no clue what the people in the Aetheris actually need. Yeah, I suppose those are lost on me then, KT. Because I've not played 4. I mean, you know, all FF references are lost on me. So I guess that's why, you know, and it's cool that they do homages to all their different games in their universe, because it makes sense, you know. And of course for fans it's exciting. But yeah. I've definitely had, again, I had moments where I was definitely cracking up. There was also moments where I was like, I did. I left it right after beating Zodiark. Matter of fact, that was one of the ends of one of my streams. Oh, and Arya. No, we're hiding behind Mordai. Is that clear? I'll try to be brave. Vermilion Vendetta. On Lambert's Trail. Lambert and his puppets are acting under Imperial orders. That much is certain. It's since we thwarted an attempt on Master Wilkin, however, it would seem that they have abandoned him as a target. The merchant's life is not worth all the assassins we cost them, I'd wager. It will only be a matter of time before the Cabal have given new prey to hunt. I've called in a favor with a friend to investigate possible targets, and he's agreed to meet us at Hawker's Round in Nimsalaminsa. More pirates? Hey Amber. How you doing, love? You excited? When are you coming to Holland, by the way? Will you already be in the country on Friday? Friday. Oh, hell yeah. Did you book a hotel, or are you staying with somebody, or... Friday morning already. Oh, cool. Yeah, so I managed to get Friday off. So, I don't know if you linked up with Shadow already, because I think Shadow's already in Amsterdam on Thursday. He's going to be in Amsterdam on Thursday, showing Ashara, Lana, and Jane around and hanging out, I guess. And on Friday, I'll definitely hook up with them, link up with them, and join them in Amsterdam as well. Oh man, there's so many people that I'm excited to meet. You know, Alsters and Bran. I'm not sure if Mousie's coming to TwitchCon. I don't think she is, even though she lives in Amsterdam. Maybe she is. I don't know. Maybe she wants to keep it on the low. But definitely Josephir and Asutik is also going. I don't know who else is coming actually, but I feel like more people than I might know. This fine gentleman here's... Wait, we know Riol. Former member of the Company of Heroes. Helping us with our investigation since we left for Railport. Ah, you two have met, I take it. What's up, Riol? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you too, lad. Mr. Ratbridge is here. Didn't mention you were on the road together. Anyhow, let's get straight to business. I did some digging into the floating fortress of your cabal. The merchantman dabbles a bit in trading to keep up the charade. I started paying attention to where the goods ended up. Any of note? Any that you are excited for, Amber? I don't think I know Moosey. I don't keep up with that many streamers. Only my streamer friends, to be honest. And most of the big streamers that I know are NA, and I don't know if they're coming. Like, no as in, like, used to watch or whatever. Because I think a lot of, especially the bigger American streamers are like, TwitchCon EU, I don't care. The real TwitchCon is TwitchCon NA. You know? I guess. Although I did see Asfund jokingly, you guys know that Amaranth has shown her OnlyFans income, right? Like 1.5 million here and like ridiculous amounts. And like she literally showed that income like, I don't know, a mil, 1.5 mil, 1.5 mil, 1.5, and that was a monthly income, by the way, from just OnlyFans. Anyway, then she posted like something like, it's not about the money, it's about sending a message. Like, whatever the fuck, girl, you're like so out of it. Stop. And then Asfend responded to that tweet with like, hey, could you maybe you know, buy me tickets to TwitchCon Europe again. And then her response to that was something like, just because I did it once doesn't mean I'm gonna do it again, or something. So, I mean, I guess, it might have been a joke, but maybe some people are interested in actually going, but don't care to make the expenses. I don't know. But say you have more gil than me. I mean, it makes sense. I don't really do anything with gil. I've literally spent more than 1 million on like glamour stuff too recently. I had 3.5 at some point. I'm down to like 2.8. But I don't really do anything to make gil either. And I'm not finished with MSQ or... And I think you have a lot of years on me as well. I think you like what Lambert's get his orders from the Imperial base, Northern Talalan. Guess your Meridian. That's your best bet, I reckon. You are a treasure, Real. I'll pass on any new information we managed to uncover. For now, though, consider the favor paid in full. What are ya? To the Drowning Wench. I know that place. That's where I retire to the inn, usually. That is an outfit. Thailander much. That's the mining helmet. Sorry, I just like looking at people. And their fits. This is also a cool one, the Catboy is wearing. That's the PvP set. I would not paint it blue. It doesn't fit, I don't think. They look cute. Like kimonos and shit. Ooh, Blue Mage. Crafted Monk 90 gear. Ah. That's cool. Oh. This sword appearance is so good. Oh my god. I love this effect. Is that oh, that's Ultima. Oh my god. I will have to have that one day. Oh man. That one, that's probably my favorite. That's a friend of yours? After Astaris. Startus. Time to learn an ultimate. Yep. Hey, Sane. Ooh. That's pretty cool. That really fits your character with that skin color. What's the weapon you use with that set? Or does it go without? I mean, I'm Mock Station Andy at this point. Who's spamming that? What the fuck? I like the little thing. Whoa. With the glance, you haven't given them weapons yet. Ah, fair enough. I think that Rogadin has her eyes on you, Sane. Pretty sure they were staring at you. Yeah, that hat piece, I really like all the hat pieces that look like that. The Wark, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, that's a row, alright. Sorry, King Drew. You want me to give you a better view? Here it is, Rain. For you. Oh. Well, there goes the booty. Oh, that's pretty sweet. Those boots, those is it boots or is it shoes? Oh, it's cotton dress, really? Oh my god, who's spamming? This works so well on Lalas. It makes me smile whenever you see this shit. We need a montage. Let's slay some boars until we reach the level, right guys?
Well, if you gotta get good at something really fast, there's only one way to do it. Come on!
Here we go.
The day is approaching to give it your best.
We need a montage!
That's when you need to put yourself to the test and show us a passage of time. We're gonna need a montage. A sports training montage. Show a lot of things.
Anyway, enough of that. We need a montage. Turn left. Oh, that is sick. How do I do that again? And then home? Oh, that is sick. Oh, and attention to detail, because the same cyan blue in the knee pads comes back into your mask. That is amazing. Are they part of the same set? Damn. Really? That's attention to detail. I love that. That was a... I mean... one word with this one. Are you not entertained? Gladiator's probably one of everybody's favorite movies, right? Oh my goodness. The angelic slopes with such a set, I would not have thought of that. That's a good armor piece though. It's a good Lorica. This helmet Mara also uses for a paladin glam. Her paladin glam is also adorable. What is VR? What is VRtra? I don't know what that is. Whoa, that's some jacket. How many sheep do you kill for that? Wait, that's not sheep. That's like... what kind of skin is that? You posted new stuff? Oh, hold on. Oh, I see. Switch outfit, huh? Oh, the bright green is not really good, but look at that. That's Arendale's YouTuber model. That's cool. Those Switch fanboy. Not sure if I would wear those colors. The combination of that blue and raspberry and then purple shoes under them. But damn, man, you're doing some crazy work at them, Molly. Oh, Mara, if you're still listening in, can you show the paladin glam? That is such a good one. Paladin, please. Yes, yes. But with open visors better though. Yes, there we go. Oh my god, I love that. It doesn't work. I think it only works on Mara or like cutesy. I don't know. Oh, it's a different helm? Oh shit, you're right. I mean, I saw the red plumage and I thought it was the same. My bad. Yeah, I'll back away now. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, damn, okay. Yeah, I'll have some glam game. I'm quite pleased with this outfit. I know it's a full Mog Station outfit, but I'm quite happy with it. How it looks on my aura. But I would have to change out the weapon. Although this purple glow is kind of cool, not on this. I would need a more normal looking one. Yeah, did the dress change on this? This is not your normal black mage. Oh, this is summoner. Ah, that makes sense. You love those boots in white, don't you, Mara? The Gamla boots. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, dudes. Wait, did you see this dress? The side split? Hubba hubba. Hello? Anyone see this? Who are you? Oh, she's gone. And she's gone. Anyway, I got distracted a little bit. Sorry about that. Damn, that looked good though. Yes. Oh wow, that reaches far. Look at that. Phew. Well, you can't really tell now because he's doing the effect. Oh yeah, I love this dance. I always get so distracted in Limsa. But I love looking at slams. Alright, Katie. Thanks for stopping by, mate. I'll definitely check out all the other stuff. I'm kind of curious to see it in action as well. Models. This one's kind of fabulous. Hold on. I gotta show this one. Look at that. Is that Hello Kitty? And are those thigh socks? That is amazing. Aaron Cat hoodie. That's pretty good. Just a cat hoodie. Alright. Anyway, don't let me keep you, buddy. You have a good night and good day at work tomorrow. Maybe catch you after work. I think I want to complete the Red Mage quest and then I might call it at some point as well. Oh, what's that cape? Dude, you look like somebody who could be in like the Hobbit movies, you know, like a traveler. Oh man, that's pretty cool. I'm a sucker for good clothes. Wait, you have the same thing. Oh my god, Mara, what the hell? You can't do this to me. That looks fucking amazing. Dude, is there fishnet stockings in this game? Because that would be even more sexy with fishnets. Although this is already... This is ridiculous. Look at that. Look at that thigh. Oh my god. Man. That is ridiculous. What dress is that? Black Blossom dress. I can probably not wear this. Yeah, it's gender locked. And for good reason, I suppose. But damn. That's good looking. Especially that in black. Oh, that's Dancer. Oh, there's fishnet stockings. Ooh. Although I guess with this it's more elegant though. I don't know if I'm, you know, I'm no fashion expert. That is amazing though. I love this. I didn't know I was a hip guy, but now I am. Turns out I am. Seeing this dress, I'm like, oh, and it's an open back too. I didn't even see that. Oh my god, this dress is too much. Okay, I gotta stop. Oh my god. What do you pair it with? Type B leggings. Oh, what do you know? I can have stockings too. Wow. Alright. Look me hat on. Oh. Oh, I see what you're doing. Oh my god. Okay, well. Yeah. Is this the I lost? Mm-hmm. Yeah, good dress. I approve. Oh man, and it has... Eh, but it looks good on your character though. Even though it's not your style, maybe. This is definitely more of a date night outfit, for sure, yeah. But damn, if you wear that as a woman, you must feel sexy as hell. Look at that. You cannot not feel sexy in wearing something like that. There's no way. I mean, unless you're really uncomfortable showing skin, I suppose. But holy moly, that... Ugh. I thought I was a boob guy, but now I'm also a thigh guy, apparently. I mean... you do you, Mara. I'm not gonna repeat that, but yeah. Sure. Oh my god, this is also a thigh thing. Yeah. That doesn't do it for me, though. Why does this not do it, and that dress does? This is also a lot of thigh, but that doesn't do it, you know? I guess it's more of like, sort of a hint, and, you know, it leaves something up for the imagination. And here it's just straight up like, yeah, it's open. Oh, this doesn't do it for me somehow. Yeah, exactly, yes. Is that is that an affliction? I suppose. Doctor, am I ill? Do I need help? Oh shit. We are indeed. Eh. I don't have many secrets, you know. I'm not very, I don't have a lot of... what's the word? I can't find the word for it right now. So in Dutch we would say gêne. Embarrassed. Like, I'm not easily embarrassed. I'm not easily embarrassed, and quite an open book, because I feel like if you share a lot about yourself, people around you are more they have a tendency to share more with you as well, you know, sort of, because our brains are sort of, I don't want to say trained, but they try to make up the distance between, like, for instance, when you owe somebody money, that's an annoying feeling, right? You want to get rid of that annoying feeling. Or like when you feel like you owe it to somebody to maybe cook them dinner or maybe help them out with something because they've helped you out a lot. You want to return that favor, and that discrepancy between you and maybe your friends or whatever, you want to see that sort of be in more of a balance. And I guess it works the same way with like sharing and being open. I think people are more likely to share personal things with you, and I enjoy that. That's how I connect with people, right? Getting to know things about them that they may not likely share with you if they didn't feel comfortable around you, because that to me is like a compliment. Like, oh hey, people are very comfortable being themselves around me in my chat, and you know, and while, you know, it's not all serious, it's also a bit you know, a bit of lollygag and a bit of a wink here and there, and it's also, you know, just for fun. I do really appreciate that, you know, the give and take, and that people are comfortable here. That's really important to me. Also very hard to embarrass. A couple of my friends in college tried to do it 2 years and never succeeded. Well, thank you. I try. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, we're here to have fun, right? And so I try to be very open and and welcoming to each and every one of you. And I said this before. I think it was especially I found a lot of common ground with Kingpan in that I don't want to be the type of streamer who's like, I'm just the entertainer and, you know, you are the viewers, and, you know, it's like an exchange for entertainment. I want to receive pay or whatever. It's not a transaction for me like that. Like, let's be honest, financially I'm okay, you know. And so what I want from my community is to consider me on an equal level, not on a pedestal like, oh, this is Mr. Streamer and, oh, you know, sort of like whatever I do goes, or I want to be on the same level. Sort of when I look around the room, I want everybody to be like, oh my god, Mara, now you're just fucking with me. If Daniel were here, he'd already do the no horny bonks a million times. You're a dick, you know that, right? Anyway, let's all enjoy that show in the background. But I want to be on equal footing with my community. I never wanted to feel like I'm the streamer and like there's like a distance, and then so I try to always be very approachable and likable. So I'm quite happy that you guys say that. And that means a lot. So thank you. Damn, okay, that does it for me again. It is really the... Like, you can... Okay, you can barely not see a butt cheek, but you know it's there kind of thing. I guess I am, huh? The secretive hint kind of guy. More so than, hey, here's everything. You pick and choose. . 。 Apribonk. Damn, she has some cool emotes too. Wonder who her artist is. Although, I should really get back to Taru about other emotes if she's still willing to do commissions. I think she's closing them though, but I would like more emotes. As in wanting to start your own stream, Rain? Shit, I missed the first thing you said. Okay, right. We have our destination, so let's discuss the objectives. We need to Stormcaster Meridian and locate the documentation on Lambert's next target. Ha! A poor choice of words, perhaps. To clarify, one of us will provide a diversion, while the other two slip inside and rifle through the desks until we find whatever we're looking for. Better? Mordai, you will be our decoy. Draw away as many of their sentries as you can, and buy us time we need. Arya, you will run through some practice exercises. I see you have been honing your skills on various beasts, but you will have your first battle against thinking opponents, yes? Do you know why I know what men like in a woman? Because you like the same things in a woman? I'm assuming. Yeah, exactly. Hey, pro fist. Now I can imagine it. Okay, well, I mean, yeah. Never mind. That thought is gone. I was thinking about to do streams, but I don't think I'm good enough. I don't have anything to create. Everything is done. Everything is already oversaturated. So why bother? I mean, I don't consider myself very entertaining either. But like that is kind of a defeatist thought. I can understand why those feelings creep up to you, but honestly, you have a lot of knowledge about the game, and you've taught me a lot about crafting. I can see you do, I don't know, like skits where you basically, okay, today I'm going to help as many sprouts as I can. Because I think that's where you shine and what you enjoy doing, if I'm not mistaken. At least you've helped me a lot during the crafting series, and you were like, quickly to jump on voice chat. And it seemed to give you some sort of gratification too. And, you know, I'm very thankful for that. So I could see you do like streams where you just go up to random sprouts and just whisper them like, hey, you seem to be new. You need any help in the game? Any pointers, whatever? And you just help them that way. Yeah, for example. I mean, and that can be a stream. You know, you have to also consider not only that it's enjoyable for to watch. It should also be something that you enjoy doing, because you will spend a considerable amount of time doing it too. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people make new characters, or they do New Game Plus, or they make an alt on like a completely different realm and go through the MSQ that way. I don't know. Yeah, you love to teach. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I sense from you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I can come up with stream ideas for you. Honestly, for myself as well. Like, I don't know what's to come after the MSQ. I want to do some more endgame stuff, and I'm finally up to the, hopefully, the same batches and stuff like that. So I'll do some more of the MMO part of the game. But after that, it's like, okay, you know, I'll probably consider focusing on other games too. It doesn't always have to be Final Fantasy 2. Like, only here I have a beautiful backlog of Tales Arise, Final Fantasy 7 Remake, God of War, Shadow of the Colossus, Bloodborne, the Neo Collection, Kenna, Demon Souls, Elden Ring. I mean, I can open up my Steam as well. You know, yeah, exactly. Mental Relapse could be a stream, for sure. Yeah, that's also the thing. People maybe come for the content, but people stick around because you're likable, your community is chill to hang out in, you know, all the other things. It's a bit like, yes, the first draw might be, oh, I wonder what this person is going to do, or how they're gonna respond to the MSQ, and if they have similar reactions as me, or you just want to see a grown man cry over a video game, or a woman, or anything in between, or everything else. I don't want to, you know, address anyone the wrong way or piss anyone off. And then they might be like, actually, it's really chill here, or actually, I have a lot of things in common with the person that's, you know, streaming, or I don't know. You might be able to find likeliness in with other people in chat, you know. There's so many reasons why people hang out in streams, I think. It can even be as simple as like, I like the tone of your voice or the way you speak. I have you on my second monitor when I'm doing work, you know, you're kind of soothing. That sort of thing. It can be a myriad of reasons. But one of the things is, if you keep thinking that way, you'll never start. And then it's always going to be that what if. Because you obviously are like, I want to give streaming a go. Or at least you considered it. And at the same time, you already have... you have surrounded yourself with a lot of lovely people just because of the way you are and the way you behave around people and how loving and caring you are. I mean, there's a reason I call you Mama Portugal, you know, because I sense that in you right away. How you dropped everything to teach me crafting and stuff. And I sensed like, oh, that's really, because you didn't really have a lot of purpose in the game at that point, because, you know, let's be honest, before I started streaming, and Ashara and the rest of the sort of the leaders in the Donut FC started actively recruiting people again, the FC was kind of at a dip. It was kind of a bit dead. There was not a lot of people logging in. There was not a lot to do. So you had to find that purpose elsewhere. And I feel like you do, in a way, find that with teaching. And, you know, this might be just a little seed that I planted in your brain, but I think that is something that you can pursue. And I'm not sure if that's going to be able to be a, like a stream, but it can be a one-day thing you do. Like, hey, I don't know, learning the game with Rain, or like Rain's teaching. I don't know, something like that, you know? It can be like a thing you do once a week, or once every 2 weeks. I don't know. Or like at some point when it becomes popular, you can have signups like different sprouts who want to be taken through the game by Mama Rain. That even rhymed. That's amazing. You know, that sort of stuff. Yeah, I welcome you to think about these things in a different light. Because I do. People around you do. Anyway, sorry for that rant. Let me catch up with you guys, because you've been chatting. My specialty is to mess with people too. I think I'm hilarious, but I don't know if many people who agree. I think you're hilarious, but sometimes you are unintentionally hilarious, because your timing for things, again, it's good. You know, when we used to hang out in voice chat, all of us, and your one-liners, or the I don't know, the things you sometimes say, and you mean them too. That's the best thing about it as well. Like, there's no, I mean, there's a lot of sarcasm, and there's no vile or cruel intent, but you tell people off in the best way. Because even the person who's being shit talked or told off by you is probably laughing along. And that's a good thing, because there's a lot of people who can bitch and moan to people, and the person who's being bitched and moaned at or being told no can feel horrible. But with you, I think nobody ever feels horrible. They just laugh it off and they're like, you're probably right. You know? Yeah. People come for the content but stay for the person, so I say your idea of having nothing is daddy mode. Baka. You're a baka for thinking that. Yep, Mara's right. You lose nothing from streaming other than your time, if I remember correctly. Unless you have a goal of becoming a name in a word. Yeah. I mean, and even if you have the goal of becoming a name, then you can actively pursue that. I don't really actively do that because I could be doing so much more, like social media, making YouTube videos, but I don't enjoy editing. I don't enjoy the process. I'm bad at it. It's slow. It takes a lot of time, and the outcome of my videos so far that I edited haven't been good or haven't been up to my expectations. And I know that's stupid to think as well, because you get good at something by doing it a lot, and I don't do it a lot. But I just enjoy going live more. I enjoy the streaming. That's why most of my uploads on YouTube are literally vault uploads, you know? Maybe I'll try one day after I feel like shit because of the stomach. Yeah, you should definitely get that stomach thing out of the way for sure. I'm evil but lovely, nice but cruel, brutally honest, but I leave so many questions. I'm a blood enigma. Ada. Well, I don't know about that. You are a lot of things, Mara. But you are also a true friend. First stream could be about glams, how you go about making them. Bring some folks along. Yeah, and the thing is, people create different grams in different ways too. I sometimes find like one specific piece that I think looks really amazing, and I build a glam around that. And sometimes I get inspired by I don't know, certain characters or anime or concept art that I watch or that sort of things. And it's kind of interesting because, you know, to take people through your process as well. That's true. Gives me an idea. We should get Ash to read out A Hungry Caterpillar. I don't know what that is. Is that a children's book? You like to take care of people? Yeah, I notice. You're really good at that, Rain. I subbed to Alps on YouTube because I loved his energy. Came here and subbed to his channel because he has the best pronunciation on Twitch. I mean, Alps is hilarious as well. Also in his... I think also not always intentionally. He just says things that are like... Dude, really? And I don't know. He is a true entertainer for sure, though. He has it in his blood and his gut. When you're streaming, your race is going to be trolling raids Thursday. That's pretty good. A rainy day, I'm here to teach you. But the game doesn't explain. That's a pretty good slogan. A rainy day, I'm here to teach you what the game doesn't explain. It's one of the best things I've ever heard said about me. You're welcome. Very welcome. And I mean it too, you know. That's just how I... And that's also interesting. That's just who you are to me, Snow. And that's also what's always interesting to me, because you are a different person to each and every person, right? if you ask Mara who I am, I'll get a different answer than my mom and my sister or any of you guys in chat. Wouldn't probably say the same. You might agree with what somebody else says, but you are a different person to every person you meet. And it's just, I think it's always interesting to share with the person what you are to them, as long as it's, you know, not creating conflict. I hate conflict. I don't like strife. I like friendly competition, but I don't like conflict. I am very much conflict avoiding. You know, I'm always a peacekeeper in a sense, in that sense. One of the best persons I in my life, same as you, Ash. Thank you. I really appreciate that. So nice. You can make videos. You need to enjoy crafting videos. I think you can teach yourself to like something though. My friend suggested I should stream about glams or XYZ language. Like language like the in-game slurs and shit that we use. And like the different terms for things. I can tell you I didn't like art a week ago. Really? Just a week ago you didn't like art? Man, you're already doing... Oh, alright. And I laughed at her until I turned blue. I've done it all day and tricked my brain into liking it though. In my opinion, Ash is a closet bisexual. Well, I put it out there. There's no closet anywhere. The one I locked him in. What the fuck, Mara? I'm being abducted now. I didn't like Uriange speak. But I cannot do Uriange. I don't have a British accent. I cannot speak the language of old. I cannot do it, even if I tried. My milkshake bringeth all the boys in the yard. Nope. Nope. But that's an idea. You know, I can barely read what's on screen properly. You know, I make too many mistakes to be reading out stuff. That is not one of my talents. I have some talent, not many, but that is not one of them. Yeah, that's true. I mean, conflict is inevitable, sure. But I strive to maintain a healthy environment. If I can't have that, then I'm just, you lose me kind of thing. You are well versed in Shakespearean English and stuff. A lot of people struggle with the dialogue, especially. Yeah, for sure. But you have a, is that a southern accent, Snow? What state are you from, if you don't mind asking me? Or don't mind me asking. Sorry, it's getting a bit late. Because you have a bit of a tang, like a... can't really place it. Because I don't know what accent from where, but... Pretty sure there's a thing out there that translates into... I'm conflict given in the forum. Yeah, that's true. Maybe that's why I'm attracted towards you, Mara. Because is it, don't they say two opposites attract or something? What's the saying, guys? I think it's two opposites attract, right? So in that sense, by that logic, it would make sense. You live in the South, but I blame it on having been here for 2 decades. No, but the billboard did. Remember that everyone's lived. Oh. Yeah, so, yeah, you do have a bit of a southern thing. I like it, though. Because it's not... Because with some people, when I hear them speak in a very southern accent, I'm like, oh my god, you're doing it to annoy people. That's how I feel sometimes. But with you, it has a sort of nice twang to it. Is that a word? A twang? Or like, I don't know. I really enjoy, this is gonna sound really weird, but I enjoy how you say, how are you, honey? Is that what you say? No, you say, how are you, hon? Yeah. So Texas is not considered part of the South. Texas is Texas, kind of like Florida is Florida. Fair enough. And by funny, I mean I wanted to die. You can do a deep South redneck accent. That is pretty great. Almost killed Nolene and Basil when they first heard it. I've never heard Nolene, but Basil's a good bean. Nolene is the redhead Thailander, right? He has the most amazing glam pictures, or I guess you would call them G-pose then. That's great. All right, let's finish up this quest. I've been here for a while now, staring at this wall. Arya. Arya. Will you run through some practice exercises? See, I've been honing your skills with various beasts. But this will be your first battle against thinking opponents, yes? Ah, cutie, yeah. Very well. Make your preparations, my friends. We meet at Raban's push. Alright. The saying is blood for the blood god. I mean... That's Warhammer, right? I think that's part of Warhammer. Blood for the blood god. That's even a paint. I know from Games Workshop. Because that's a really deep red color. It's a really nice paint to paint with. Corn, yeah. Skulls for the Skull Throne. I like the Warhammer universe. But I don't like Wargame. Oh, hey! That was Chiwai. I'll respond to him in a little bit. I was worried about Chiwai, how he's doing, so I contacted him on Discord. He just replied. It's so fucking British and so fucking metal. If I were to play Warhammer, I would probably go with the Orc boys. Just because of the way they look. I mean, look at these idiots. Especially, I don't like the new stuff. I like the, so there's Warhammer 40k, and then there's, the medieval variant of it. They call it different. Age of Sigmar. Look at these boys. Look at them. I have this model, by the way. I have not painted it yet, but I have this model. Like, they're like raw, brutish, big fat, like armor, chunky boys. Oh, that's not a good paint scheme. It's painted well, but not a good paint scheme. I don't know. I would play orcs. Yeah, so this model I have. They don't really show a lot of models. It's only this orc warboss, but yeah, look at them. Rawr. Rawr, you know. I would play these guys. With skulls and like rampaging around. Or fire slayers are also cool. I think it's spelled like this. Fire slayers. Like very... Yeah, like these dwarven guys with like fires and like skimpy outfits, but they're like berserkers and shit. It's either that or these. Oh, this is the Corn Legion I think they're fighting right here. But yeah. I'm not really into wargaming though. That's alright. Yeah, I'm going to call it soon as well. Thank you for hanging out, Snow. Always a pleasure, and have a good rest of your day. Bye! Your only experience with Warhammer, a rogue trader game, where I made a mistake of being the party face. Ah, you had like a charisma... Right, just as we planned. Mordai, you do your best to become the center of attention. Sleep for the sleep god. Alright, you're with me. Once inside, we'll split up and hasten our search. Steal yourselves and with run-ins with patrols. I hope I'm ready for this. Just keep your head, and you'll be fine. You've not quite reached Mordai's level of skill, but your offensive magics are, to be quite honest, terrifyingly powerful. Hell yeah. Your restorative arts, on the other hand, well, let me just say that the scales swing both ways. Now that I think of it, Alice lack balance in much the same manner. Must be something in blood. But rarely have I met such an extreme case as you. Not to worry. We'll work on your weaker aspects until we find an equilibrium. Such is the key to excelling in red magic. Now, let us get to work. Head around to the front of the base and make nuisance of yourself, Mordai. With the growth you've shown, I'm certain you can handle whatever Imperials throw at you. We'll be sneaking from the backside while you hold their attention. Please try not to fight all of them at once. To arms! Oh god, everything dies in one hit. Oh, that one didn't die in one hit. That wasn't all of them. Was it? Did I do it? They're still here? You don't do things by halves, do you, my friend? I could hear the commotion from the other side of the wall. Our foe was so focused in your battle, I dare say we could have walked out with the entire shelf of the records. As it stands, however, we contented ourselves to the knowledge of Lambert's forthcoming operations. There is much to discuss. I suggest we withdraw from the cerulean plant that we might converse in relative safety. Ah, it would seem the experience has taken its toll on poor Arya. Are you able to walk, my dear? I see the color has returned to your cheeks, Arya. Do you feel any better? Much better, thank you. I've been pushing too hard to perfect my white magics. From what I witnessed, you have much work yet ahead of you. Keep at it. I will. Let's return to the subject at hand, shall we? We uncovered documents detailing the Emperor's deployment of the Cabal, and it is much as we summarized. Cabal's assassin spirit await youths with arcane aptitude, much like Arya here, and deliver them to Lambert for branding. Once the cursed sigil has destroyed their wills, he fills their empty minds with lethal thaumaturgy and conditions them to follow his every command. It seems, however, that the information of the Cabal itself was relatively recent development. Lambert received Imperial orders to organize his puppets into expendable force, a fearless, unswervingly loyal cult of assassins that could strike against resistance supporters in the lands beyond the Empire's reach. This plan, as well as Lambert's involvement, was proposed by the Crown Prince himself, the champion who brought Xenos to justice. I'm sure you are familiar with the man's reputation for cold brutality. Aside from his Majesty's rat magic, Lambert has versed in ancient spells and rituals. Doubtless this knowledge, coupled by the singular lack of moral character, did much to curry the favor from the monsters such as Xenos. And now we come to the Cabal's next assignment. I could scarce believe my own eyes, even if I read the details of the operation. Lambert's next target is the Garland Ironworks. Aye, the company of engineers founded by the great Zodiark Garland. Uh-oh. As a sanctuary for Imperial defectors, the Ironworks has long drawn the ire of the Empire. And if it wasn't reason enough, the company has also begun sharing engineering secrets with the Alamegan Resistance. To my knowledge, will be the highest profile enemy the Cabal has ever deployed against. Ah, but the operation will not target Sid himself. They have a far more effective method in mind. The plan is to assassinate Garland's senior staff. The name of the top of the list was Jesse, his deputy president. Oh no. This idea cannot be brought to fruition without a talented team of engineers, and the organization itself will grind to a halt without Jesse's expertise. Her loss would be a dark day for Eorzea indeed. I've communicated the details of the planned assassination to the Ironworks. Unlike Master Wilkins' case, however, Lambert has been ordered to succeed at any cost. He will be sending his killers until the deed is done, or he put a stop to the Cabal for good. And that means bring down Lambert himself. Mordai, Arya, I will need your aid. Sharpen your sword and ready your spells. We are going to war. If this is not the final quest, then I'm gonna call it after this one. Because I'm getting a little tired. And it's already... Oh, it is. Perfect. Nemet will be preparing the move on Garland Ironworks. According to the plans we viewed, they know that Jesse's scheduled to accompany a delivery in Alamiga Resistance. The ambush itself will be sprung from the outskirts of the Revenant Toll. She makes her way, waiting for an airship. It should be a simple matter for us to lie in wait in Mordona and take the ambushers and Lombard by surprise. Our success will, of course, hinge upon Jesse's cooperation, and I've arranged to meet her to hammer out the final details. Pray travel ahead to Revenant's Stall. We will find you on the terrace above Rowena's House of Splendors. Bye! Here you go. I'm sorry. You were looking for me. Felt more comfortable waiting in the corner. Oh. Zoran and Jesse are here. Right. I've heard all of the big plan to murder me. Perhaps no one's tried it before, considering how the company starts to fall apart the very instant I leave the room. Any road, understand that you and Mr. Ash here are in charge of keeping me alive while I make my merry way to the airship. Is that correct? That is correct. Lombard's been instructed to bring in his entire cabal to bear on this operation. As long as they've no hint that we're onto their plan, then we stand a chance of wiping out the lot of them. I only wish we could manage it without exposing you to danger. Maybe we could, if I pretend to be Jesse. Flush you up as deputy president. That is actually a rather clever idea. Oh, Jesse will have none of it. Oh. Okay. I was like, what? Let's get the girl. Let's get the girl in the costume then. Wait, I'm not afraid to act as bait, but if push comes to shove, I'll only be in your way. We need something about that hair. I like her blonde though, it looks good on her. With her face structure. Oh, still blonde though. There we go. From a distance, no one will be able to tell the difference. It's just, up close you're a bit short. You stretch out a foam or so. Stretch me out? I'm just pulling your leg, lass. Appreciate what you're doing for me. If you're ever in need of a favor, I'll be happy to pay you back in kind. I don't get the weird chin strap thing they have going on. Otherwise, Jesse's a fun character. Ironworks airship will soon arrive at the cliffside outside town. Arya will make the vessel while pretending to be Jesse, and you, Mordai, will act as her bodyguard. Still have a little time until the airship is scheduled to depart. Make whatever preparations you need, then meet me at the Aetheryte. Can do. Boom, 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 boom. Time has come. The Ironworks airship makes ready to depart, and our battle with the traitorous Lombard is fast approaching. There is, however, one thing I've never been able to reconcile. Well did Lombard sell his soul to the Empire? He was the duelist's most brilliant scholar, and not the kind of man who would betray his homeland for vulgar coin. I was baffled when I heard the Empire had brought his loyalty. But no matter his reasons, the crime is committed and was unforgivable, and we shall bring him to justice. Let us see the deed done, my friends. The southeast gate. Oh. Huh? Oh, up top? Oh no. Just outside. I was like, where are they? They're right here. This is it. Oh yeah. Take the path downward north to Silverdeer. And keep up pretense. Best as you can. The airship is waiting near the keeper of the lake. You can be sure assassins will make their move before you arrive. Mordai, it will be up to you to protect Jesse on the road. Rather than let them flank us, I will intercept a large group meant to fall upon you from the south. You continue to surprise me. The potency of your offensive magics, Arya. The progress you've shown, I've little doubt that you could hold your own against one or two of those mindless assassins. But I must ask you that you do not engage in combat unless absolutely necessary. The goal is to lure Lambert himself into the fray, and our charade must be convincing. Mordai should be more than a match for his puppets underlings. I have no doubt of that. Right. Then, off I go. Hold up, let me follow you. Alright, sons of bitches, you die. That it? That was some battle. Are you ready to continue on? I'll go ahead. As before. Oh, it's further than I thought. You make it look so easy. Hello? Yes, Marta has defeated every ambush so far. Very good. Just finished mopping up the flanking group. We'll take up position near the airship. Continue with this charade for now. Make to board the airship. As planned, Mordai and I will conceal ourselves nearby until the Lambert makes his move. After this quest I'm going to call it. And then tomorrow I'm free. I'm gonna be working out in the morning, you know, taking it easy with like coffee and showering and stuff. But it'll probably be somewhere in the afternoon. I'll make an announcement on Discord. I want to say like, I don't know, 1 in the afternoon or so. You hear all that, Mordai? Let's keep moving then. Let us proceed. Lambert! Out, you fool! You traitor! Oh shit. What have we here? An impostor? It seemed we've fallen victim to our child's ploy. Bitch. Cabal is in ruins, Lombard. And this time you'll face the consequences of your crimes. But first, I must know, why did you turn code for the Empire? After all that we've achieved together. Still the same simple Xuron. Same tiresome idealism. Your point? How many lives did we save, you and I? And what did that truly accomplish? The ancient art of red magic is capable of something so much more. The red mage restricts the source of his mana, but accelerates the effect of his spells via the medium of his own physical form. And what would befall such a mage, who then attempted the same technique whilst channeling the vast ethereal energies of nature? A fool's endeavor, the wielder would be consumed. Just so. And there we see the true potential of art. Imagine the incredible powers that we could unleash. We not caged within the prisons of flesh. It was in the wisdom of the ancients that I discovered a means to transcend our limits, a method to transform one's vessel and command even grander magics. The price to be paid, however, was a costly one. Restructuring my body requires years upon years spent in arcane slumber. And was it worth it to surrender that which makes you mortal? I freed myself from chains, and now command energies greater than any found in black or white or the red. The Crimson Duelists were merely my first step towards greatness, noble sacrifices for a greater cause. You damned fiend! Does he have the weird eyes? Oh, not really. My art is unfettered by weak-minded taboos. You cannot best me with your feeble red magics. Never once did I lose a duel to you. This day will be no different. Right? Very anime. You always were the better fighter. I barely succeeded in giving you a scratch. But a single scratch is all I need. You see, as a consequence of my transformation, my strength lies not in harming your body, but in draining your spirit. Once I have wounded you, your life force belongs to me. Oh boy, that's creepy. Can I help? Please? You. Sure, no. Well, you yet draw breath. But not for long. I shall send you to Thal's realm with the answers to your questions, my reason for joining the Empire. My new form allows me to wield the spells of magnitude denied by ordinary mortals. I must feed. I failed to consume sufficient life energies and am afflicted with a terrible hunger. My work as an assassin provides me with the fresh prey, an ideal environment within which to pursue my research. I am eternally grateful to Xenos and his rare and generous understanding. You speak of achievements, but the constraints of red magic offered naught but frustration. And now, after 2 decades of feudal resistance, is your final struggle. Is your finally over. Oops. In short, he's effective. He's effectively an ether vampire. Yeah. Wow. What the fuck? My friends, you must flee. No. No. This is far from over. Students of red magic, are you? Come then. Show me how you resist the advent of your own destruction. Alright. Can I play the game? There we go. First I kill you. She'd already built. Do they come to me? No. Why does he insist on being melee? Suppose I could heal. Eh? Takes a lot more than that. Wait, what? Well, how did that get interrupted? What the fuck? Fucking A, heal yourself. Easy clap. Alright, that was a pretty cool fight. Showing off the rat mage mechanics. Comrades, you are champions of the red. Turin, you mustn't try to move. I'm not dead yet, lass. Thought it was nice that you thought to avenge me. What a miserable pair we make, the last of the Crimson Duelists, staining the ground scarlet with our blood. Cannot even claim this final vengeance is mine. That honor goes to my students. Ah, there lies the difference between you and me, Lombard. Your puppets follow your commands without question, but they do not carry out your legacy after you're gone. Is that what 20 years of struggle has taught you? I admit, the sense of justice with which you infect others has delivered your victory. On this day, at least. But the fates are known. For their spiteful twists of fortune. Take this Arya of yours. I'm fine, I was trying to battle is all. Would this be the injustice which break you? I pity. I will miss your suffering. Did we kill him? Bart knew something. Seemed to amuse him. Are you truly alright? You're much recovered, honestly. You returned to Revenant's stall. Wait, oh, I went the wrong way. Oopsie. Rare Olive's next for you to obtain. White magic counter with a fair flare. Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna have to do that another time because it's already well past 2 AM. It's still an effort to remain upright, but I believe I'll live. Seeing how you countered the techniques which felt me was a proud moment indeed. You and Arya make a fine team. Except the deputy president will be along shortly. Bum 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 bum. Night Rain, sleep well. Thank you for hanging out and you know, bringing your lovely energy in chat and everything. Hope you sleep well, and yeah, appreciate you. And really take the things that I said to you earlier to heart, because I do mean them. And same with Snows, you know, she's a good being. She speaks truths too. Good, good. You have my thanks. Had you not uncovered this plot, I would almost be certainly be dead by now. It's quite a sobering thought. It's more than Arya, who most deserved your gratitude. I was busy bleeding to death while Was the two of them vanquished the assassin's master? That's so. Well, then feel free to send the bill of any expenses incurred this operation to Sid himself. And she laughs about it like that. Wow. It's fun that she comes back. Although this would have happened before the events of Omega or after, chronologically. With Lambert's death, so too will his cabal of assassins cease to plague us. For much of my life, I've lived with the failure, the loss of my homeland, my inability to help prevent the calamity, but I chose to fight in the face of these defeats. It has taken 2 decades to right the wrongs of my past, yet finally I've managed to tang a tangible victory for my home and for Eorzea. Oh. You've made this possible. Thank you, my students, my comrades. Oh, this is a Stormblood jingle. So this would probably be right before Omega, I suppose. So this is a buff. 15-second buff, right? Yeah, I could tell by the jingle. Okay, and the other one would be Ver Holy set, and it would be under actions. I don't see it though. Is it on the roll? No. More down? Oh, but that's level 70. Yeah, okay. Would you ever do Ver Holy over Ver Flare though? Because they're both... Well, I mean, I guess Ver Fire would become ready, and with this it's Ver Thunder or Ver Stone. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, but this one was definitely important for my pickup, for my rotation. That will definitely increase my damage. But this one, I can manage my resources. But yeah, this was the magnification was definitely important. That was a good pickup. Depending on which is lower, yeah. Yeah, you want to always balance it too, that's true. Alrighty. Well, with that, let's raid out, shall we? I'm gonna do this tomorrow. But let's go say hi to our friend Zekken. Why don't we? Because I just got a notification that he just got live. If you guys still want to watch some Final Fantasy creators, Zekken is a great dude. I think he's an ex-army veteran, American dude. Nice beard, long hair, just like myself. But he's a very kind person, very lovely stem, very charismatic guy. I enjoy his streams. But first of all, let me thank you guys for hanging out and chatting. And I had a really good time today, talking about the things that we did. I hope you did too, or maybe if you're only listening in, not necessarily participating. You know, that's the things that I like to do on stream as well. So thank you for bringing the energy and sharing it with me. Tomorrow, I guess we'll first do the rest of the Beret Mage, and then we'll hop back into the MSQ of Endwalker, because I'm excited to see where that goes. I'll probably be here around like 1 p.m. or something like that, 1 p.m. I'll make an announcement on the Discord, so yeah, I guess keep a lookout there if you want to watch me tomorrow. But for now, let's go say hi to Zekken. All right. And you guys sleep well. You have a lovely night. And see you hopefully tomorrow. Bye. Let's go say hi to Zekken. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. I'm about to raid out though, Ash. Bye. It's a good class. I have not regretted the decision of playing Red Mage. Yeah, it's great. Alright, let's go say hi in a second. Bye!
seem to always have the best luck on those drops. Yeah, when it comes to anything RNG related in this game, you just did the moon bit. All right, we won't talk about anything any further then, well, we won't do dead ends then if